What's going on? It's a little early, but that's okay. My wife and daughter went out to the movies. I got the pass. We're going to see the Gabby Cat movie, Gabby's Dollhouse, whatever it is. Sasquatch, King Chris, what's up? Yeah, I figured I'd do a little build in here. It's a long, slow grind, and I got to keep moving people in, I think, to make more money or to make money faster. I've got my money's kind of topped out. Trying to get this place to $1 billion. This is the very first song that I started Meander with. What is it? It is Open Up the Door by Ballpoint. Epidemic Sound. Okay, let's bring this down. Let's get settled in. Grab a beverage, a snack, a pet. I don't know, your controller, play some games, hang out. Have you ever got to $1 billion? I have not. This is the closest I've been. Okay, let me get dialed in here. The music should be okay. Hopefully background, but not too background. A little bit of a vibe. You good, dog? Dog's coming to sniff around my desk. You okay? All right. Yeah, so I have not made a city to $1 billion yet. I think I was in the 400 millions with this at one point, and then I moved a bunch of stuff out. So we're getting there, but it's very inconsistent. If you haven't been here before, all the buildings that are turned off are very much intentional. Those are unique buildings that are decorative at the moment. We could look at driving some more tourists, but some of them are really expensive, and I don't think they're worth the budget. At least not the way that I am set up right now. Not the way that I am set up right now. Okay. I need a little bit more game volume in my headset. Let me see here. I need to hear the traffic and the whine and grind of the industry. Where is it? Is it there? Still a little. We need the game noise. Just a little bit of the ambience. At some point, you should do a comparison video. Turn on all the uniques and see how it changes things. That's not a bad idea. Actually, not a bad idea. Let's make it daylight. Grab your sunglasses. We'll go slow, and then abrupt. Okay. So last time I had moved in some stuff over here, Sycamore Heights. I want to feather things off, but I think I'm going to end up filling this in. And we got to figure out what to do over this side. But that's not our problem right now. I think we at least do the rest of the residential pocket here and figure out how this is all connected in so we can move people in, because we can't collect taxes if they don't move in, you know? So we're doing good on the money front, but we are up and down a lot. Let's see if I don't really know. Like, what is the theory? Where do we want to have zoning demand maxed out that we're making lots of money? We never want to have residential demand, right? That's always bad because that's people that want to move in and pay taxes. Do maybe that. And then what if we do something like that? I don't think we need this anymore. This is carrying power all the way down the street. So that's just unnecessary. My TV on over there unnecessarily as well. So yeah, we can do something like that. I may as well come down here. I think we can get one more connection in there. Let's do that. We'll do a couple cross streets. We'll save a spot maybe for a little bit of a park. So what if we come down here and do a cross street or two? Something like that. Maybe we pack it in. Maybe it's, you know, some odd side streets for some of the small little suburban houses over here. Won't hurt. Although at that point, let's do that. Do we connect this in? Is this too close to that other intersection? It certainly is if there's lights. So let's do that. We don't have to do this. It's literally just for appearances, and I won't even come through and do all those. But when we have those major cross avenues, not even that it's a major, right? But you think about how traffic comes through the neighborhood at some point, you want to stop it. It helps. Helps a little bit. I think we were at 90% traffic last time I looked, which is not bad for 111,000. 87, okay. We got some work to do. Over here is starting to get a little backed up because all the people we moved in, so I do have to rethink policies over this way. And also get people using this exit instead. At least for over here. We'll look at that. This is problematic. If they could just give us like right turn only, left turn only options, that like, it doesn't seem like it would be that big of an ask, you know, but here we are, still fighting those battles. We could tear this apart if we wanted and have it be, you know, a separated 2-lane road going each direction. Good evening, happy Saturday. You know, that is an option, but it's a pain from an infrastructure standpoint, especially without mods. We can't like drag them close together. But unfortunately, the problem is going to get a little bit worse. So we might think about how we route stuff more this way. Yeah, for sure. I mean, but here's the thing. For a game that literally bills itself as a traffic sim, having to rely on a mod, the thing that kills me in particular too, day job in cybersecurity, traffic is a huge mod. It was targeted, you know, so like now you only have to, supply chain attacks are the new thing. I shouldn't say they're the new thing, but like they've been the thing for quite a while, but they're the thing you should know about. Because they're not trying to hit the end users. They're not trying to hit the companies as much as they are trying to hit the third-party technologies that they use. For example, a recent attack against Discord, it was against their third-party provider, and it wasn't an attack against the Discord data. It was an attack against the user data because they've been doing verification for, you know, the new European laws for adult content access, whether that's a gory mod or something, you know, that you would think would require that kind of adult authentication. This is gonna be okay, right? They're gonna get There's going to be another fire truck over here soon. Or a helicopter. Any minute now. I'm a little worried that that house on the left is going to burn down or spread to another. Because that fire, it still kills me to this day that fire trucks are so stupid and selfish that they will just drive away and not hit the fire that's next door. Just slowly drive. They're not even driving away with the lights on like they got to get somewhere, you know? CS2 is so much more mod dependent. Yes, and that says an awful lot that this soon, I shouldn't say this soon, it's been out 2 years this month. And it is very mod dependent. They did not learn or implement what they learned, if they did learn. It's one or the other, right? They either didn't learn the lesson or they did learn the lesson, and good for them. I'm proud of you. But you didn't implement any of those lessons that you learned, and that's unfortunate. Unfortunate at best. Okay, well, the house has made it. That's good. We definitely got to rethink what is happening over here from a traffic perspective, though, because this isn't going to cut it. Let's just slow down here. Come on now. Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling, everybody. Sometimes you just gotta make a name for yourself. You gotta push out there. I wonder if this would be smoother. Would this be smoother with a light? And I'm just like overthinking traffic problems. I don't think so. Okay, so now that goes and it gets a little bit of traffic going. And then it's got to wait again. Like, it doesn't clear. It's backing up onto the highway. Is more flowing through there is the question, right? Like, are we better off having the occasional backup? I don't think so. Yeah, City Planner Plays taking a hiatus is pretty damaging for the brand. Although, to be fair, I mean, look at you know, the player counts. I think it's getting close again. Let's see. We got a zone over there. Don't let me forget. But it was getting close, but it was still in the lead for CS1. SteamDB City Skylines. 7,503 players in game. Compared to 6,836 in the sequel. Yeah, so they got another 600 or so, 700 more in the original game than in the sequel. And that is just PC. Keep in mind, console is exclusively on the old game. So most of your audience is still on the old game. The new one is sitting at a 52% review on Steam. What's the old one at? 91%. 91%. And that's fixed with mods. Canadian Moose Plays quit too? Man. I don't think the announcement is anywhere outside of his Discord. But that made it to Reddit. He said he was taking a break to focus on other games. And if you watch, he did a video recently. Let me find it. He did a video recently talking about Magnolia. I think that's his build name, right? Magnolia. Where? Magnolia County is dying. 2 weeks ago. Magnolia County is dying. Can we save it? The answer is no, and he went through a lot of troubleshooting and a lot of old save games. And the answer is no. He had to delete like 30,000 stuck citizens and let them move back in and regrow the population, and he's still running into problems. And what has he uploaded since then? He uploaded a video about the diary, and then he uploaded a video about the region pack. And it looks like he did a members first just 2 hours ago on Town to City. But he's done Town to City Tropico. He's talking about City State Metropolis, which I'll just say, look into the politics of the guy that made the game in the first game before you get too excited. Maybe it's right up your alley. It's definitely not up my alley, and I'm not giving that guy any money. So yeah, he's been playing a lot of stuff, but I find it kind of interesting. Like, he talked about the very hot and cold nature of the dev diary after saying he was quitting, but there was no timelines. And then he's like, "Oh yeah, the region pack's awesome," which seems like an odd turn to me. Like, my city is broken and I can't play it. I'm kind of lukewarm on some of this, but some of it's cool, but they don't have an update time to This Is Awesome. A 53-minute video of This Is Awesome. I'm confused. But when you have 850,000 subscribers and that is your content, at a time when YouTube is fighting bots and delivering less ad revenue to some creators, not particularly a problem for me because I have weird niche tutorial content and live streams. So I'm not noticing a difference. There's still people looking occasionally for City Skylines startups on console, and there's more people looking for Fallout 4 content at this point. So expect some Fallout 4 content when the new season drops. I'm gonna do some new builds, try and get inspired there. CS1 streams more fun than I find CS2, and not just because I'm a CS1 player, not a CS2 player. Yeah, I mean, there's more content for it, right? You know, there's just more. I mean, sure, there's mods, but they didn't release an asset editor, and there's less people playing it. Like, what's a mod creator or an asset creator's incentive for building stuff for a game that has less than the game you're already building for? This doesn't make sense. Okay, let's move some people in and make some money. So yeah, we definitely gonna look at some traffic policies over this way. You know, let's do this. We'll put a little strip of commercial here in the middle. I don't know if I'll keep that, but we'll try for now. Actually, no, it feels wrong already. We should do some trees on there, if anything, to separate out the neighborhood a bit. This is kind of bad back here, I realize, back to back with the businesses. Maybe this is tree buffer. Never mind. That's a tree buffer street. I take it back. Okay, we'll put, you know what? Maybe parks and school here? Where's our other school? Our other school's over here. Is that too close? That's probably too close. Decoy, what's up? Good evening. Happy Saturday to you. Did I try the new DLC and map pack? Oh, did I ever. Very unenthusiastic about it. In particular, the map pack I did not find interesting. They're very flat, which if you are from the Midwest and felt underrepresented, welcome to City Skylines, because you have unbelievably flat maps in the new map pack for you to build on. They didn't look bad, and some of them did have some decent terrain around the map itself, but it was just generally flat and uninspiring. I don't think it's by any means the strongest map pack, especially if you're on PC. You've got workshop options, but you've also got 81 tiles, and this is definitely just not one of the better map packs. Now, if you're on console, I was a big fan of Map Pack 3 because I genuinely enjoy some of the intersections that have been dropped into this. They're pretty nice. They're not perfect. The diverging diamond does not work well without any kind of mods, in my opinion. But you know, they were a nice addition. So when I saw that there were 10 new intersections on the new one, I thought, oh, that's great. More value for the console gamer. But what we get is an intersection that I built in, not that I built, but like this is an intersection that I would have built 8 years ago. It's a roundabout over a highway with a diamond interchange. You know what I mean? It's like, it's crazy simple and not impressive. And then if you want an interchange between two highways, here's that same roundabout diamond interchange, but this time connected with two. Like, look at so the lumpiness is partly my fault because of where I put it down, but forget the lumpiness. Like, look at how close this 3-lane exit is to that exit. Like, I can't believe that you put that in the package that you're charging for. Like, it's pretty sad. And the buildings, for trying to be representative of a shopping district in Tokyo, really didn't light up much at night, oddly enough. Like, you know, I'm not expecting them to be the same pink glowing all over that the Hearts of Korea was, but it was like very dimly lit. The textures weren't correct. I think I got rid of the buildings over here. I did. There was like just broken ass textures on the building. Very disappointing. And then the radio's the radio. The radio wasn't bad, but you've got better options and you can play Spotify on your PlayStation or Xbox or computer while you're playing, or whatever your music choice is. Like, you know, go do that rather than pay for it in game, because it wasn't worth it. It was okay. It was very repetitive, you know, like, I mean, great, I got more options, but it would be cooler if you could drop in any building you want, but you have to define it as a district. And yeah, radio stations aren't a big hit, I don't think. Okay, so I don't think that we're going to do another school over here, especially since we have the Hadron Collider, but we can commit that space to a bit of a park. And then let's try and get at least one more street in here. Small bars, restaurants, like 10 customer capacity? I wouldn't know either. Zakia, I would say, if that's what you're trying to spell. I don't know, though. Let's see. We'll get the trees going once everybody moves in. We've just a tiny little bit of demand here. I think our water coverage is okay. We won't probably build outside of this area for residential. I want to expand over here for more commercial. I think is our next commercial pocket. I want to do it kind of organically, but we got to keep an eye on like what we're doing to the highway. So there isn't really a good way to shim in another highway exit. We could split the traffic half and half, where since it's a little underutilized off on the edge of the map, I could force them over here, at least for Sycamore Heights. Let's look at our districts. Let's see if we can figure this out. So how do we filter this out? Because we don't want anyone cutting through, which is the case. So technically nobody is the only way you can drive to this neighborhood is if you come in through these streets, technically. I think so, because it's all marked Old Town, which so is this. So you can't come down this street and take that one. I guess unless you work here and are driving home, that would be the exception. I mean, maybe this is the intersection that breaks. It looks like it's catching up once in a while. It's not backed up onto the highway at the moment, and we are not using lights, so it might just be a matter of timing. Okay, we're moving in people over here. Let's look at some commercial over this way, because we got to space it out a little bit, right? We'll have a strip along here. We'll leave this as trees. Little park area. Do we just do commercial on that side of the street? That could be okay. Maybe a little apartment complex over here? I don't know. We've got a lot of low density housing. It's we're kind of doing like a CS2 simulator at this point, where if you let it, it will just run wild with the low density housing. How's everybody's Saturday? How you doing? Who's this? What do we got planned tonight? I got the Meander playlist going. This is from episode 1 still. Let me see. I just had the Meander playlist up, and then what did I do with it? There it is. Okay. So many pop-ups, but it's okay. Do we need death coverage over here? Probably. I made a little custom park over here. I put the skate park in. I hardly ever use this object. Okay. So with that grinding up, let's look at a cemetery over here just for coverage. Because obviously all the people that moved in are dying now. So we could do like over here. Would not be a terrible spot. How big are these? Perfect 3. We'll do that. That should spread the power from across the street. Does it not? Yeah. I'm just going to give it a second because I'm on 1 time speed. That's what it is. Okay, so last stream, or at least last stream that I had this game up, because last stream was Clover Pit. Slot Machine 1. Okay, so we've got, where do we have stations? We've got a station there, that's right, it's on the other side of the road. I'm not crazy about that. I think I'm gonna have to move this to the other side of the street. I don't know why I oriented it this way. I mean, I kind of do from a traffic flow perspective on the rest of the city, but considering it looks like it's more of supporting this 4-lane road, it just seems a little backwards. Earthquake sensor, yes, yeah. I have used that in a few spots. I feel like. Did I use one over? I thought I saw a fire. I thought I used one over here to come across. Did I not? No, it looks like I used regular power lines. I definitely used the earthquake sensor somewhere to spread some power. Not 100% sure where though. Okay, that will fill in nicely. We've got a decent amount of demand. It's staying pretty steady. So let's at least get a little bit more commercial in over here, or office, maybe a little office park. Oh, I meant to skip this because this is an outro. There we go. Harmonies, Ben Elson, Epidemic Sound. How's everybody's weather? It's so, like, I'm up in New England and it is so unseasonably warm right now. You wouldn't know that from my sweater in the house, but we went out to dinner and we were gonna sit on the patio, but it was like 81 and the sun was beating down, and I was like, no, let's go, we're going in. It seems so nice, but the sun is like, was hot at dinner time, especially for October in New England. Kind of crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Oh, I just spread to that other tree too. I am early, AC, but you're early as well. I mean, technically you're a half an hour late, but you're still here earlier than normal, which is early. So you know what I mean. Just in time too. Great timing. So yeah, I gotta figure out how we handle over here. Let's break the landscaping tool out. Let's see what kind of height difference we're yeah, exactly. 30 minutes late, but an hour 30 earlier than usual. Okay, we're gonna break out the old smoothing tool, which I wish was bigger. If we go too fast, we won't smooth it right, which is unfortunate. But you can see, like, we've got a lot of problematic terrain back there. That's full strength too, that shaping. And like, it's just not moving fast enough. What's a little bit faster way to shape it sometimes, if we go with this slope tool, and then we can kind of force it up that way, so that at least we have one constant slope on this pitch here. Something like that, maybe. Can we get, why can't we get this terrain view, by the way? Is it this terrain view? That's actually not as good either. I think that's okay. It's relatively flat. I think we can work with it. I think the slope tool helps a lot. You can't, like, you don't want to make it too flat. You want to kind of pick a point, a focal point, and slope your terrain in segments. And I think that works well. We'll see what the roads look like when they're actually put down, because here I am like, oh, that looks all right. And it might be the absolute wonkiest thing you've ever seen. So let's have a street that comes off opposite the train station here. That looks pretty good. Okay, now where do we go to, though? Is there a 90 snap, please? Okay, fine. We'll go this way. We'll go this way then if you're going to be difficult game. That works. Slope is now your property. Happy Saturday indeed. Oh, I turned myself off for Will Smith. Hello. Okay. Do we have a good... This is a park space over there. Are we due for another park space? And should it be opposite the train station here? Do we really open it up with a larger park? Why? Why? How many fires, by the way? A few. In case you're wondering. Nothing too crazy yet, I don't think. But we'll see. The wall-to-walls. I remember reading the description for the first time. That fire spreads easier, which makes sense. But I thought, like, I don't need that. That I do not need. That's a feature I can go without. Okay, let's swing. Sorry, swing the camera around. Yeah, that'll work. Where can we tuck in here, though? I might think about coming back in here and, well, removing those power lines, but also removing the zoning from some of that side street. We can cross that bridge later, though. Let's move some people in. We can always move them out later. No, I don't want residential over here. Certainly not low density. What do we have the most? We have the most office demand. So this is now an office park. We'll do that for now. We'll worry about the power lines after. We'll pass power into this neighborhood and then extend it to the offices. So yeah, maybe some kind of park over here. Not entirely sure. We probably have to water over here. I don't know if we've been over here building wise. Yeah. We're getting into the edge. The pipes are getting messy, by the way. So, I mean, they're not as bad as the town I built with all the roundabouts. Those are some of the worst pipes I've ever done. But those were intentional. I'll at least put this one parallel to the last one. Because we might build all the way through here. But we'll see. I want to cap it naturally. Like I don't want it to look like a very abrupt line, but I think we've still got some good edges on the map to work with if we don't cross this highway. Oh, I haven't heard that in a while. Midnight Oil. Wait, what was offensive for the meme? What did I miss? Do I not know the previous comment? The pimples are not under the roads where they belong. I don't get that. Okay. Oh, do we have emerging downtown set over here? Gosh, dang it. Okay. What do we have? We have emerging downtown for commercial and wall to wall. I guess I'm okay with the wall to wall. It is a newer office development. It wasn't built until 2284. We could give them a break. But power problems. This was weird last time. It got, let's see if we can catch this in the act. Is it capacity? Yeah. We are absolutely at capacity. So we need to add some. What is not turned on right now? That coal power plant is off. Let's see what these additional small buildings get us. Not a lot, right? We got a coal power plant that we can put on, or advanced coal power plant, I should say. Is this on? That is on over there. How close? Okay, we're into the green again. We won't touch it for a bit, but we can turn on the advanced coal power plant at the wood industry. What is it called? Sherwood Forestry. Don't have emerging downtown, but I might get it eventually. Let me show you what's what. Where do I have emerging? Where do I have emerging downtown? What does the emerging downtown look like? Okay, where do I have that? Do I just have to drop some over here? I may actually not have that anywhere on the map. So let's find a spot for a commercial strip then, I guess. What density is it though? Emerging downtown is low density commercial, high density residential. Do I not have? I thought I had that somewhere on the map. But I guess not. I think I did, and then I took it out. So let's get some low density commercial over here. We'll do it on the main strip. And that should fill in pretty quick because we do have a decent amount of demand for that right now. So hopefully we don't have to wait too long for that. No, we don't. Okay. And let's come down here and take a look. This is going to be, of course, a level 1 building. But we'll hang out over here for a bit and cheer them on. With the power plants, too, I have them thematically built into each of my industry builds. So the forestry has an advanced coal power plant. Maybe it's charcoal. The oil industry has an oil plant. The ore industry has a geothermal plant. And then my farms have windmills. So they're all kind of thematic with the area of the map that they're sitting in. They kind of make sense. And yes, you can turn them off and then add that capacity. Now, it's always going to be more effective to buy the larger buildings dollar for dollar, like solar updraft tower if you have it, solar power plant, but unfortunately that doesn't work at night. Solar updraft does. It has batteries to store the power. And then what else? I never used the hydroelectric dams, but the nuclear power plant and of course the monument do okay. I don't know how the return is in the monument. The nuclear power plants do pretty well, dollar for dollar though. It's easier, it's cheaper in the long run than getting a bunch of the smaller stuff. Like you can't really sustain your town on nothing but windmills, or it won't be a very large town. So we've got a couple rowboat shops, I guess. So when they first move in, I mean, they're pretty simple. They will upgrade a bit. We can hang out here in the middle, in the median. But they're cute, you know? Like if you wanted to, like, I live in a town about 100,000 and like, you know, Main Street buildings kind of look like that. A lot of them do, not all of them. There's some larger buildings. So kind of more like that mixture, but there's definitely a fair share of like single story office and restaurant fronts on Main Street. So this just it has a really cool look, like where the modern city center, I think, handled the high density commercial. This is a great look for kind of staggered in the middle approach, right before you get down to your small single family homes. You've got 3-story apartments and 2-story office or commercial buildings. You can see them leveling up in the background there. They're pretty cute, you know? I think I think this is one of the better packs. If you're considering it, I think these are pretty good. Mixed use would be nice. And I mean, we don't get it functionally, but look at, like, what is that? What is that right there? Okay, well, you're gonna... Thanks, game. Okay. That was mixed use right there. You know what I mean? Like, the game doesn't treat it that way. It's commercial. But it is apartments on top of commercial space. It looks mixed use, just doesn't treat it that way, right? Which is, it's unfortunate, but you can at least emulate it now. Even though that there's no one walking around anywhere down here. It's not weird at all. Just a ghost town. I mean, deliveries excluded. But I like emerging downtown. It's nice. It does, like, you have to use it sparingly though. It can become very repetitive, as can any of the elements. You just got to find the right way to mix them up. I'm so close. I was debating whether or not to stream or not, or to play Borderlands. I'm level 47, I think, with my character now, on the way to 50. I want to get maxed out, but then the whole hunt begins then for level 50 gear, and I'm sure when the DLC comes out, they'll raise the level cap, and then you got to raise the level and then get all the gear again. It is the end game. But I'm excited to get close and to start farming for level 50 loot. Streetcars would be good too. Yeah, trams or trolleys would be really good with the emerging downtown, I think. Solar trick, just don't use night. Good, I like that pattern. That's a good idea. Don't use night mode and it isn't a problem. Okay. I always like to just let it run in the background for a little bit and make sure nothing's breaking. Just let it do its thing for a minute. It's good too. You don't want to move people in too fast and cause all kinds of issues. Anybody building on any of the new maps? I certainly didn't do a good job selling them, but if you did buy the pack, I'm wondering if anybody is starting a new map on any of those. I didn't see any that jumped out at me. There are others that I had in the you must build on category that I haven't built on. I would certainly consider a lot of towns remastered in 25 tiles, because I don't think... Have we done one of those yet? I don't think so. I think I've started in on a wood garden creative. I don't think I ever shared it or did anything with it. It might be fun to do like Swampscott on 25 tiles. The trolley bus is going again. If you haven't heard of Swampscott, it's one of my builds. Also an actual town in Massachusetts. It's better than it sounds. Okay. A little edge of map fog. Did that count technically? I think so. Hydration time. All right. budget wise, let's take a look at this real quick. City info's statistics. Okay, that is population changes. What is the treasury? This is the overall amount of money. Like, I'm running even now. The city budget. Is that the problem? Like, so like I had kind of a sweet spot where I was making money with population, but now I'm adding population and the return is a lot less. Is that what the problem is, I think? Swampscott, best tagline in history? It's up there for sure. I think you might be right, AC. Oh, Amanda, I gotta tell you. I gotta tell you. I'm gonna forget the last name. I think it. So, my daughter has a friend named Sienna, and they do all the like a bunch of her friends, like they do like role play, and they pretend like they make up names, and they're superheroes and they're detectives, and they have characters. And my daughter, who follows Amanda C around in Minecraft all the time, like she thinks she's so cool, she loves her. One of her characters is Amanda Sienna, so that she can be Amanda C when playing superheroes on the playground. So there you go. So city budget. We got to get that budget up. I'm gonna cry. Don't cry. You got a big fan though in Baby Mouse. What is this? What is this taxation? Tax income. Why was my tax income so high and now so low? Like it's not like I turned it up to 29% for 80 years. What happened there? And how do I get back to where we were doing all that crazy money? What did I do to my budget? Okay. Okay, let's look through this. I will pass on. I will probably have to mute abruptly and turn the camera off. Otherwise, someone's going to try and come get on camera when they get back from their movie night. They're going to see the Gabby Dollhouse movie. Okay, what am I doing wrong with my budget? And I know that city policies could be off. Did you up the taxes to max before they complain? I did, but if you look at that window of statistics, like look at the tax income then compared to now, and look at the then. It was from 2020, let's say 2046 to 2066. Like even that window where it was over 100,000. I didn't have it running. Like you can't run max taxes for 20 years. How did I do that? Let's look at it with population change. Like you can see when I killed off a bunch of people to rezone. Those are like, it's before the first really bad death wave. Actually, no, there's a couple of bad death waves. But it's been better since. But what were we doing with the taxes that was so different? Now, it could be a per district thing too. I could have of course messed it up that way, but I hope not. So, okay, power usage is upkeep per building, which saves us electricity. Does it save us the cost of consumption? Like you would think if you were a dev coding this, that you wouldn't build something that costs more than it saves, right? Because what's the point? Like you could spend more to use less electricity, but you're like, what? Can't be right, right? I don't know, maybe, never mind. I wouldn't put anything past this company. Water usage, we have trough. What do we have turned on that costs us money? So do any of these do increased tax income? Slightly reduced risk of fire, upkeep per building? Nope. Slightly reduced garbage, slightly decreased happiness, but it doesn't have, it's a pet ban. We're not banning pets. I don't have recycling on. Slightly reduced garbage, slightly reduced tax income. Nope. Slightly increased health, slightly decreased happiness. It doesn't matter. We're not going to ban the smoking. Warren, what's going on? Hello, good evening. Hope you're well. If they let you ban pets, there's no evil they won't stoop to. So Parks and Rec, moderately increased land value around parks and plazas. I don't think we care about land value once we have Eden Project, right? Yeah, we don't care about land value anymore. So that policy does not technically matter if that's what its main merit is, right? Increases the parks and plazas budget by 20% to increase the land value around parks. We already have max land value. We don't need the extra budget. What do we have going though? Education boost. This one I think is worth it. Boost the education budget and make young adults automatically choose education over working. Prioritizes education over working for young adults, increases the budget by 25%. Education is not where we're having a problem thanks to for-profit education. So if we look at economy on the right-hand side, you can see our income and our expenses. At the moment, only pay attention to the fact that the schools are bringing in 112 compared to their cost of 76, almost 77. So that's good profit. We don't have to worry about the education necessarily as a lump sum because it's profitable. Even with that 25% increase to education budget. Let's come down here. Okay. Next thing that is very near and dear to my heart. Hold on a second. Let me go off camera for a minute. But recreational use, I think, is a really important incentive for Sims. For whatever reason, I don't know. I put it on once. I feel strongly about it. Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry, I'm back. So anyways, recreational use, I think it's valuable. Slightly increased tax income. That's the thing though, right? We're focusing on taxes. Moderately increased tourism. Slightly reduced crime rate, but increases the police budget by 15%. Because they got to go guard all the dispensaries, I guess. Free public transport. Increased use of public transportation. No ticket income. Goodbye. School's out. The citizens will prefer working over education. Only a small portion of eligible citizens will go on to study in university. We want them to go to university because they pay to go to university. Because we have the university bonus turned off on the Hadron Collider. So everyone is well educated, wants to be well educated, and has to pay for it. So it actually works out really well. Harsh prison sentences. Doubles the usual prison sentences. Extra insulation we're not worried about because we're not playing a snowfall map. I don't think it matters. They require less energy for heating, but is there even a heating component if you're not playing a snowfall map technically? There is a heating thing, right? Water availability. Heating. Heating consumption. So they are using 52 megawatts of power for heating. Am I reading that right? I think. Does the geothermal like have a component? Because it's... Where's the geothermal over here? Didn't I have a power plant over here? Am I not seeing? Oh, it's over here. No, it's not. Wait, no. Do I not have a geothermal over here? That's the thing, like I couldn't find it because it's like it works really well with the warehouse, right? Doesn't that fits really well, I think. Okay, anyways. No specific. It's just power output. Upkeep $1,000 a week. Power output. Huh. I don't know. So very little heating requirement. I'm not going to worry about that. Yeah, I was just looking at the power plant, if that, because I thought maybe since that came with the same DLC, it might have some requirement. I just wondered what the 52 megawatt was. But if that's what we're heating for a chilly night, that's fine. Because this produced less tax income, and we definitely don't want that. In this case, no electricity for heat. They can only use heat produced by heating service. Make sure your heating services produce enough for the whole city. No, thank you. Buildings are forbidden to use heating. They can only use electricity. This raises electricity consumption significantly during cold spells. Helicopter priority, not a problem. Prefer ferries. We don't really have ferries set up, I don't believe. High ticket prices I turned on. And that actually might be a little bit of why we're dipping below 90% traffic, is because I'm encouraging people to pay more and some of them opt not to take. But I had tried that to see if it would make a difference in the money department. Now, I do realize over here on the right-hand side, we could focus on some of our zoning. It looks like our office zones aren't all the way up. I wonder if I put a restriction on it. That's an outro song again. So we've gone through 2 episodes of Meander already, playlist. Sorry, we were on episode... Wow. Okay, scrolling. Don't be a jerk, mouse wheel. Okay. Episode 3. The song's called Pure Imagination. But it's not. Okay, so high ticket prices are on. We've got educational blimps. Switch advertisements on blimps to be educational posters to boost education slightly. There's no cost, but also no blimps. Recycling centers work with plus 20% efficiency. There's a cost associated with that. I'm okay. Prefer parks. Cost 100 per park. 10% more visitors. No, thank you. Park maintenance boost. Cost 80 per park. Increases park maintenance vehicle shift by 50%. I could focus on levels. I could focus on city attractiveness. Try and bring in more tourists. We could look at exploiting some parks potentially around heavy trafficked areas. I don't think I'm doing a lot of that at the moment. They're purely decorative at this point. Park maintenance boost, no. Free Wi-Fi. Who said that? Someone said that they like that. Reduce mail accumulation. I don't have any mail though. Am I supposed to have mail? Am I supposed to be doing mail to make people happy? Sorry, Sims. Always have free Wi-Fi. So free wireless access points for the citizens and tourists allow easier use of email and other internet services instead of traditional mail services. But what if there's no traditional mail service? What if you get neither? Is it just a happiness thing? Is it mail happiness? Automated sorting. Introducing automated sorting to postal facilities and post offices around your city will increase not only mail capacity, but also sorting rate. Increases mail capacity by 10%. Cost $300 per city post service building. Yeah, I guess I could look into that. Oh, do I not have for-profit education? All education facilities become for-profit, and students are required to pay tuition fees to attend school. Reduces citizen happiness. Education building upkeep minus 50%. Oh! For-profit education on. Sorry, I realize I'm covering up some of these options as I'm talking through them. Book fair. Local public libraries organize a book fair. Increased happiness and entertainment within the public library's radius. Cost per... Ooh, 100% upkeep. Nope. City offers fishing licenses to citizens in exchange for a small amount of money. How small? Increases all residential taxing. Well, what? Increases all residential tax income by 5%? Cost reduces citizen happiness and increase crime by 5%? I'm sorry, you had me at tax income up by 5%. I didn't hear anything about the reduced happiness or increased crime. What is it not letting me do? Construct an intercity bus station. The city will receive 8% more tourists. Increases intercity bus network upkeep by 15%. We should probably look at intercity bus, huh? What does this do? This increases filtering and water intakes and purification level in drain pipes by 45%. Reduces algae farm production by 50%. Increases water facilities upkeep. Nope. Okay, so let's figure out a spot for an inner city bus station and put it somewhere near an existing transport network. So I think, do we just throw it in over by the airport and get them into the setup that's already going for now? I think that we do. Over here in the hubs, I mean, where else do we put them? We could put them kind of in the middle of all the stadiums. So we could put it kind of in the school campus area. Let's see. Okay, wait, hold on. Where is the inner city? Is it here? Public transport hubs. Bus. Intercity bus hub. How big is this thing? This thing's pretty big. Do I have... This doesn't need to be here at all. We could move that out. So we could have the bus station by the stadium. May not be bad. Those two things, these things are off anyways. We can slide them around. So preferences. What do people think? Should I put the intercity bus hub here in the college campus, somewhere over here, potentially near the stadium? Do we put it somewhere over here, which will be where the big downtown eventually? There will be some skyscrapers. Then again, actually, no, these are going to get moved into the downtown, and this is going to be more industrial port as it fades into farms. But that also wouldn't be a bad spot for the bus station, kind of over here near the other baseball stadium, near the industrial parks. So that's an option. Or we could throw it in by the existing Metropolitan Airport, which already has road connectivity and metro underneath. So let's see. Where? Pole? Bus hub where? Airport. What was the other option? Call university. And there was a third one. Airport, university. Or what will be like a little industrial park over here. Or other in the comments. I don't know. Let me know. We'll hang out for a minute. The Vegemite fields! That black tainted stuff is Vegemite. Stay away from it. It will melt your skin. Took Greyhound from New Hampshire to Lowell, Mass. When I was in the service, it was not fun. Yeah, bus is not my preferred way to get around. I knew a lot of kids who used to use it to get in in and out of New York City. The what was it? The Fung Hua to Boston, like $15. Take a bus from South Station to Grand Central, or was it Penn? I don't even remember. One of them, but it was cheap. It was easy going. You're a kid without a lot of money. Don't worry about the caps locks. No big deal. They're not looking though. That's on you. This is chill. What is this? Downbeat. Larry Poppins. In the Middle Somewhere. By Larry Poppins. That's a good name. We're torn. 2 votes. Come on, somebody break the tie. I wonder if it doesn't show up well on interfaces if people are watching on TV. Have I had starting soon up the whole time? Or is that starting soon not on? It's not on the in-game. It's on this one. I'm a fool sometimes. Okay, there we go. We're swinging towards airport now. I think that kind of makes sense. We might rearrange some stuff over there to do it. I don't know that it's the best spot because I think just from a natural progression standpoint, it makes sense. Like when you come in here, like I think it makes sense for it to be kind of in this spot. But we got to move the disaster response unit around, and I don't even know if it's going to fit going the other way. And we need the disaster response unit here because of the... Oh, it just fits, okay. Because of the countdown clock. That's the disaster that we're waiting to respond to, as if this ever releases on console. Is it like 3D? Have I never noticed that it's 3D? That's interesting. I don't know if this code works. You should scan the one on my community post instead. Okay, bus hub. Where? Over here? Which one is it? This one? Bus, intercity bus hub. Oh, it's a big boy. Oh, I can't put it on that road. Can I? Oh my God, it fits absolutely perfectly. Okay. That works. Now, what do we have? We have intercity buses coming in, but now we can also do bus lines coming into our city, right? This isn't going to be bad at all. So let's see. Can we put down bus stops separately, or are those, they're just like put down as you do lines? I think they're just put down as you do lines. Okay. So let's hang back. I'm going to hang back and think about this for a minute. Because where do we want these to go? We want them to be very basic about getting into the city and getting back. I think we come to the school. Maybe we stop like across the street so the regular buses are out here on the street and the school buses are in the school. Because people will travel from one to the other. They can walk up the block to get to the... Isn't there a metro around here somewhere? Right there. So we can definitely do one there. Maybe we bring people to the mall. Sure. And that gets them up kind of into the north part of the city. And then we could do one more. Maybe that comes up. Comes where? Where do we come with this one? Central Park? Sure. Okay. These are going to be the most basic B bus routes. Okay, we'll do the first full lane underneath. They can come... Why don't they can come to the sporting events? Is there a way to turn around here? We'll have them stop right in front of the stadium. Right here in front of the parking. Is this not a road they can stop at? Right there? How about in the parking lot and then they can come back around? Not there. Here, where? Here? Here. Okay, we'll skip a lane and we'll come... This one can go to the schools, but it's going to come across the street at the courts and back. Again, we will skip just so that the traffic is spreading itself out a little bit, and we'll go to the mall. And we'll get people back. And then for our last, can I do... Okay, that one has to be next. I thought I could do the last bin. We did the mall. We did the school. We'll do Central Park. We'll do close to the... We'll do right here next to the... Look at this place. Holy cow. That is busy. Okay, if we do this, and then we come down here. We'll throw on 3 times speed, and we'll see if this thing's working. Where the buses must come from the bus depot. And then the intercity buses come from off map. Okay, we'll give it a minute to see if this works. Bus goes brrrr. Got train cruising by. Dump trucks coming in. Okay, come on now. Where's our buses coming from? Where is our bus depot? Arctic Fox, what's up? Hope you're well. I should ask because I don't even know how to butcher it. But okay, let me try. The 5 is an S sound. Help me out. How do I say your name? Vezv. I apologize. I could have asked by now. Is it like cryptid for something and I just don't read it? I can't tell you how long it took me to figure out that my buddy Brian's name, which was like pipe, it's basically, it literally says Bry in like Leet Speak symbols, and I couldn't figure out for the longest time. I was like, what is your gamer tag? Okay, we got people showing up. We have people walking from the airport to take the bus into the city? Take the metro into the city, you weirdos. That bus sits there for a while waiting for people to get on. Okay, we may as well follow. We're going to follow one. Because we don't get to do this too often. I mean, we could do this whenever we want, to be fair, but... Okay, we're following. And we're hiding camera and we're playing. Okay. Sorry if he drives a little crazy, it's not my fault. That highway's a little bit lumpy there. I gotta fix that. At least it's consistent, but it's lumpy. It's consistently lumpy. I still, like, I'm not patting myself on the back. Like, I need to fix it, but I think it looks better than some of those intersections that you pay for in the game, so I'd happily share them for free. Wow! Dude, you just cut that Winnebago off like you don't care about, is it a Winnebago or a truck? But you don't care about anybody's life on that bus that you were driving. This bus driver is checked out and looking for adventure in all the wrong places. Keep using the eco-friendly incinerator while raging about how cheaty it is. Burned out trying to edit a 4-hour City Skyline video into an hour. It's tough, man. Little mouse medicine, yeah. It's weird, like... I had a ton of fun making it. Like, I made a couple episodes of a Minecraft series. I think the first one's called ADHD Craft, and I've since streamed with that title, so it's a little deceiving. It might even be like a members only partial series now. Like, I just kind of buried it away. But it's like really high paced it's how my brain feels like it functions. But the editing's a little manic, and as fun as it was to put that together, and as much as my 9-year-old daughter, like, it's one of her favorite things I've ever done on my channel, it's also like totally exhausting to try and take 2 hours and chop it down like that. Like, I very much love the peacefulness of a city's Let's Play that is very basic editing, you know? Or it can be. It can be. I know, like, I've occasionally messed around putting like time lapses in and speeding things up. The way that some people do that, though, can be very awkward and abrupt, so I try and be careful what I do. That intersection's a mess. Oh, all these buses. All these buses. That's throwing things off because they're all pulling up to a stop and stopping all the traffic behind it. That's unfortunate. We're just stuck. I mean, like, this is like real life here. We're just stuck in traffic. As a chronic YouTube viewer, people want a 2 to 4 hour video. Some people do. Some people do. Depending on what it is. I don't know. I don't know how. It doesn't seem particularly rational, since most of the time half of the call is somebody yelling at the other half of the call. But I fall asleep to Kit Boga a lot. I find it relaxing. I find his trolling relaxing. But the scammer invariably is like screaming halfway through the call and yelling obscenities. Like, but I don't know. I find it puts me in a sleepy mood. I can do audiobooks sometimes, but like, there's some stuff that will really help me get to sleep. Definitely Kit Boga, Ricky Gervais and Carl Pilkington. Carl specifically, his trying to follow his thought process is like turns my brain off, helps me go to sleep. I have heard that some people watch my Let's Plays to fall asleep. I've actually one of my sibling-in-laws showed me a Reddit post on r/gamer, GAYMER, and people were like, what are you listening to sleep? And somebody said move the mouse, and a couple people are like, oh yeah, me too. And then a bunch of people are like, oh, I'm gonna try it. It's awkward. Because it'd be nice if people watch the content too, but I mean, whatever. I'll take the watch minutes. It doesn't matter if you're awake for it or not. I think a while ago I was planning on some point at doing like a night only city. Soft music. Maybe just very, very soft description of what's happening here. Nudging a road, moving a node. No natural disasters, no. Oh my god, I just emptied a dump with a meteor again, no! None of that stuff. And then at that point, it doesn't feel, you know, what am I doing? That's not Mouse. Mouse is screaming at all the fires. Raging about the game. You've already binged all the series at this point? You fell asleep to him back in the day? Okay. Well, look at all the buses now! Look at all the buses now! This place is jumping. They're like literally on top of one another. Literally on top of one another. Guys, you gotta slow down a little bit. You're like, literally, that bus is having sex with the other bus. This is not that kind of stream, dude. Can you stop that? That's weird, man. Like the other bus is trying to move up away from you and you just like keep. Okay. So some of these so we're introducing a traffic problem basically. That's a little bit unavoidable at first until those buses start to spread out from one another. We're at 89% traffic flow though. That's not terrible. Couple spots where it's a little bad. Not a fan of how vehicles drive inside of each other. 2010 to 2025 should be able to prevent this kind of collision. Yeah. Find it relaxing even in the rants. Okay, well, convenient because they feel like they come more often now. We've got some spots like I don't think it's fair that it makes this intersection red. That doesn't seem like that should. I mean, okay, well, that right there when they jam on their brakes. That guy like literally came to a stop right here and was like, which way was I going? I don't remember. Let me come to a complete stop and think about my route. Oh, right. I'm going right. Is basically what that truck did. So I guess it is fair to say that that intersection is not handling traffic flow well. I'm actually really happy with my mouse pad. I've got a Newfie desk mat. It's really simple. It's a bokeh series, so it's got like it's just round circles, gray, dark gray, and black on an even blacker background. I've had some decorative ones, and they show dirt after a while. This one is nice, stitch edges. Covers, you know, my whole large portion of my desk. My desk is huge. My desk is six feet by 30 inches. 6 feet wide by 30 inches deep. Height adjustable. I finally invested in a new desk for the first time in over 25 years when I started working at my current job fully remote in 2020. That was money well spent. Because when I'm not working, I'm down here playing games another 4 hours a day probably. So it gets plenty of use. Okay, buses, are they spreading out? No, they're getting worse. What are you doing, you idiots? What are you doing? What is this? This is just stupidity. What is going on? Been streaming for a while. Yeah, I started early. It's movie night. It was a bittersweet night. We went to a restaurant that we absolutely love that is closing. We got in reservations for the last night. We ended up eating dinner really early because the only time we get a reservation for Apple, Baby Mouse, and I was at 4:15. Okay, we're doing dinner at 4:15. And then they decided to go see the new Gabby's Dollhouse movie. And my wife gave me the pass. You can come if you want to, but you don't have to. This one I will skip. I'll gladly watch it when it comes home again with my daughter. I don't mind the show. It's just not, it's not what I need right now. Oh, dang. Do you know what we're doing tomorrow, chat? I'm so excited. tomorrow in Boston. I want to say it's at the Wang, now the Bach Center. Stardew Valley Orchestra. The music of Stardew Valley played by a full orchestra in Boston. So Apple and I are going to that tomorrow. Grammy's coming to watch Baby Mouse. So I am super excited about that. That's going to be great. Where is it? I think it's at the Wang. Wang Theater, yeah. Did I say the Wang? Right, the Wang is now the Bach. Stardew Valley Symphony of Seasons. I'm pumped. Did they come up near like Montreal? Were they touring up there, AC? I think they're doing 3 shows. The Bach, if you've never heard of it, is a beautiful old theater. How old is the Wang Theater? Wiki. Maybe like 1920s, so I guess it's not that old. Not in terms of Boston in general. Do they have... Oh, yeah. Hold on a second. Let me... can I just drag this picture over, or do I have to save it? I have to save it. Look at the interior roof. So this place was built in the 20s. Here, hold on. This is the Wang Theater. Whoa, okay. Okay, that's zoomed in. There we go. Okay. That is the roof of the Wang Theater. Where's the actual theater? It's a beautiful building. It's a beautiful theater. The seats, though, however, are as ancient as the ceiling looks. Wang Theater images. Oh yeah, there you go. Here's a good shot from the stage. Save. There's one from the stage. Beautiful, beautiful building. And then I guess that one's okay. It's not great resolution. Save again. And then this is from the audio. Oh, that's a really small resolution picture. I'm sorry about this quality. But it's a beautiful building is the point. And we're going to get to see Stardew Valley there. We have seen... Who have we seen there? That's my Paradox thumbnail. Where's Capture? Capture's down here. Okay, I added a bunch of layers. Look at the buses go. They're still idiots. We've seen a couple good shows there. We saw a Cirque du Soleil show there. What else did we see? We might have seen Imogen Heap there. She was amazing. Something else. I can't remember. We've seen another show there too recently. But I'm really excited to see Stardew Valley Symphony of Seasons. Join us on a musical journey from your first day in the valley all the way through the arrival of the summit with a brand new Stardew Valley concert, Symphony of Seasons. Curated by Concerned Ape, Symphony of Seasons features 35-piece orchestra performing the most memorable music from the game, and a screen above the stage playing gameplay footage plus original content created exclusively for the tour. So very cool. I'm excited about that. Let me see. They did come to Montreal, I think, last tour. Things to do in Boston. Dump tea in the harbor. Oh, what kind of food did the restaurant that was closing serve? So they've actually gone through a few different phases. In the 90s, they were like a fine dining 7-course meal. It's one of like the most amazing meals I ever remember in my entire life. And like the first time I ever went there really stands out. They took a much more casual approach though in the 20 teens. and reinvented the restaurant as like a casual fine dining place, and it was amazing. And most recently they revamped it into Italian, and it was okay, but it wasn't as good as what it was. And they've got a bunch of other restaurants of different styles in the New England area, so they're focusing on those. But it's a little bittersweet. But I'm glad we were able to get in for literally the last night. So we are through yet another playlist, because that's my outro song for the Meander season. This was episode 3, so let's go find our episode 4 playlist just to keep it rolling, because I've already curated through all this music. So one of my favorite intros still is from Meander, and the one with the captain flying in. It was just like spur of the moment and stupid, and I think it worked. So apparently, remember when I said the bus problem was going to settle down? I lied, apparently. Or I was misinformed, I should say. I didn't lie. I was misinformed. Why are we crashing into each other? Because we can. Please, the buses? What's wrong with the buses? You should have seen them when they started. This has actually settled down quite a bit. This is much, much, much better than it was. I take it back. No, it's getting worse. Never mind. Never mind. It's not better. So we got our bus hub in. We were, this was a diversion because we were slowly going through policies and figuring out how to make money. One of those was by putting in a bus terminal. Intercity bus, that is, because now we can turn on tourist travel card. The city will receive 8% more tourists. Tourists? 8% more tourists? Where did I pull tourists from? Tourists. Okay, so we're turning on tourism traveling cards so that we can get more tourists in the city. They'll stop by the coal line Francesi, say hello to the fine folks over there. But it will increase our network upkeep 15%, but that's okay, because it should bring in more tourists, which in turn should bring in more money, potentially more traffic though. We got to go through taxation and city planning and events. Events is all expense though, so we'll see where we get. The most bus hub is a T-bone. Yeah, there's a couple things we could do. We could put it on a one-way. We could make it so that they drive directly into it rather than turning into it. There's definitely a few things we could do. That doesn't help though, but at least the only traffic over there is the buses and some very light airport traffic. And hopefully, I mean, we don't care about how long they wait, so we could reduce the number of buses also to reduce some of the traffic. That would be okay too. Okay, so sorry, let me catch up here. Thought you said turrets too. Yeah, I definitely did not say tourists. Public transit customers are basically, yeah, infinitely. Yeah, they're not going anywhere. They're fine. They're just gonna wait. It doesn't matter how long. They'll just be part of the homunculus. They're fine with it. How many people even know where the Wang and the Wang Theater comes from? Didn't it come from just somebody that had a bunch of money? Dr. Wang? It got renamed in the 80s, I think, right? Because I feel like I remember. Do I not remember it as the Metro? And then it became the Wang, and then instead of an individual contributor, then Bach. Like, It's just whoever has the most money, slap the name on the side, right? At this point, doesn't matter the historical significance of the building. It is a really fun area of Boston, though. I love the theater district. It's right there by the Commons. You got Emerson College, Emerson Radio, Emerson Theater. Just all the theaters in the Tremont, like Tremont, 3 mountains, by the way. There were 3 big hills there, Beacon Hill being one of them. That was shaved down quite a bit, though, and used to fill in the land around Commonwealth Avenue. We would say Com Ave. Help me make a decision on your editing? Well, there you go. One of the best decisions I ever made for my editing was switching to Resolve. I love it. It took me a solid day of heads down getting used to how things were different from Premiere. I also don't edit videos as much anymore, but I love the workflow so much better in Resolve once I got my head around it. And it's free, unless you want to pay for all the extra filters and stuff. I'm getting by just fine with a totally free version of Resolve. So I don't know if you're using that, but you should check it out. It is decent. They make their money on hardware. They have some amazing hardware, Blackmagic Studio. Yeah, and they ignored it until Deck vanished. Yeah, I bet you and me, Warren, might be the only people who know Deck as well. I feel like the credit unions hung around for a while too, the DCUs. Resolve is one of your tools? Okay, excellent. Yeah, highly recommend Resolve. Just getting away from the Adobe subscription was nice. But it did take a little bit of a learning curve to get over some humps. But it's just as capable. Just as capable. Maybe a little bit more crashy. Just a little bit. But not much. I mean, I had crashes with Premiere from time to time. I've had some with Resolve, but the cost is hard to ignore. Okay, we gotta check on the other tabs in our policies. I just need a mental break for a minute. I love watching cinematics in this game. It's one of my favorite things about this game, and they got rid of the cinematic camera in 2. Don't ship this on console until we have our cinematic camera, please. I don't think that's too much to ask. Actually, I do. I know what they're capable of. It's too much to ask, but I'm still holding out hope. Actually, I'm not. I'm not holding out hope. I'm just saying that I'm holding out hope. It's just a turn of phrase. I don't believe that it's coming. Can I tell you what I actually believe? I'm gonna tell you what I believe. I'm gonna write a couple things down so I don't forget as I rant. We'll try and structure this. It probably won't go well. Paper, pencil, open rant. What was I gonna rant about again? I already forgot when I went for the pencil. No, I don't think CS2 is coming to console. At least not anytime soon. Not anytime this generation, and so basically not anytime to an Xbox, since Xbox is dying. Oh, did everybody hear the latest? Xbox got worse again today. They weren't done. They weren't done. So they started, less than a year ago, they raised the price on Xbox. They raised the price again. They estimated the cost of their handheld way below what it ended up ordering at, which was $1,000 for the top tier one. They raised the price of Game Pass. They got rid of the discounts that you used to get for being a Game Pass member buying DLC for games. And now they announced a free cloud tier that they're offering. Now, this is for certain games, so I'm sure a very small number of games or games that you own via Xbox that are available through the cloud streaming. So pretty limited pool of what you can do. But if you don't have any Xbox Gold, that's okay. You can do this. You can stream some of your games from the cloud. Now, I don't know about playing them remotely, but like, let's say you're in the house, you're on the Wi-Fi, you've got one Xbox, but your brother's on there. So like, you know, hop on your phone and play some cloud gaming. You know, there's ways around that. But so here's the thing. They're offering a free cloud tier that's ad supported. Okay, not the worst. But you have at least 2 minutes of ads for 5 hours a month, and sessions can't be longer than 1 hour. So sit down to play a game, 2-minute ad, you can play for an hour, then it kicks you out, and you can do that 5 times a month with games that you own. Now, it is offering you a service on the cloud, so there's expense and connection, but it is really just a way to bait people into paying money. You could have no ads and all the cloud gaming for $10 a month. So there's that. I don't know. It's like it's not worse for existing customers. It's just more manipulative to try and bring other ones in. And I'm quickly getting tired of it. They don't care about any of the companies that they bought. They care about how they can squeeze them for money. You know, I'm sure if Activision had stayed a separate entity, they would have their own service right now. And if you didn't have Call of Duty and World of Warcraft and the entire Activision lineup in there, could you justify $30 when, you know, Activision was charging 10 or 15 for theirs? Probably not. And the former chair of the FTC has been very vocal in a couple different interviews. I forget her name, but the Federal Trade Commission chair, formerly at least, not the current FTC chair. Current FTC chair probably doesn't have a problem with anything as long as there's enough money coming in. But they specifically called out around the merger, like they thought this was a bad thing because of the damage that could be done to developers with layoffs and the damage that could be done to consumers through consolidation and price increases. And what, like, when did Activision go through? When did Activision get bought by Microsoft? Probably a better way to phrase that. October 13th, 2023. It hasn't been 2 years yet. And they have laid off a ton of people across all of their studios. And here they are hiking up the prices on hardware twice in a year, selling a ridiculously overpriced I wanted that handheld, and then they said the price, and then they said what they were doing to their service and making it less valuable and crunching studios and not caring about the quality of games and pushing out crap like Starfield. You might have sold me $1,000 handheld if you weren't absolutely dismantling and destroying all the goodwill and reputation you built up for the last 24 years in any capacity. And I shouldn't say 24 years. They haven't been building up goodwill the last couple of years, in my opinion. But I mean, there's a lot of great titles, a lot of good memories with Xbox. And basically what they're saying is give us a bunch of money to rent games, and we don't care about anything exclusive. So what? You may as well have a PlayStation if you can also play Sea of Thieves and Forza Horizon and Call of Duty. What's the point of Microsoft exclusivity if you can play all the games on another console? But how are you going to play Ghost of Yotei or Spider-Man on Xbox? You're not. So if you're going to own a console, they have not only lost the console war. I think the very premise of the console war is stupid. Like, play on what makes you happy. It doesn't matter. Like, consumers arguing about which giant multi-billion trillion dollar corporation is better is one of the stupidest things I can imagine. I appreciate the nuance of it as a thing that I am interested in the gaming space, right? Like, the console wars are interesting. There's a lot of history behind that. But the console war is effectively over because Nintendo's not budging. They're just going to keep doing Switch stuff and handheld mix. Sony is now leading the way, undoubtedly, because Microsoft has basically waved the flag and said, we're in it for the whales. We're here for the people that found it too inconvenient to cancel, or the ones that just don't notice the $10 is missing from their account this month. Made it a constant policy to own what you pay for. I get it. Yeah, and I mean, like, even the digital games that I own, right? Like, if I get banned from Xbox, I lose hundreds and hundreds of games. It's the same thing with Valve, right? Like, if you don't have the physical media, it's unfortunate. But even, you know, digital ownership in theory, as long as my account's in good standing, you don't have to, you know, pay for gold or live or whatever to play the games that you bought. There is the caveat of what were called games with gold. So they used to give away free games with Xbox Gold before it was, you know, Xbox Game Pass Essential. And you do have to have an online subscription still to have access to those games continue, which kind of stinks. But there have been some gems on there. GOG for the win. Yeah, no DRM. I do appreciate what they do over there. So much so that I rebought Fallout 4 for the third time to do the Fallout London all-in-one DLC button. And it was horribly, horribly optimized, and I did not enjoy it. But they got my support. And that wasn't, you know, Fallout or GOG's fault. That was the game. I was really hopeful for Fallout London, and it wasn't what I wanted. Wasn't for me. And, you know, the problem is it's the same engine of Fallout 4. Fallout 4 was tired. I think that I had so much nostalgia baked in for me because I grew up in and around Boston. Like, I knew my way around that map. I didn't have to call it the Pip-Boy map. I didn't need a marker. I knew how to get to Diamond City. Just headed straight there. The build was realistic enough. Not to scale, but realistic enough in terms of the aspect ratio of what was there, where it was. Okay, let's see where the buses are at. The buses have settled down quite a bit. Look at this. Look at this. They're not lined up behind one another anymore. Why do they exit the same? Why wouldn't you enter the opposite side of the... Why wouldn't there be smarter traffic flow through here? Like, think about this. Like, the buses are coming this way and then turning greater than 90 degrees to turn in. You wouldn't do that. You would enter the parking lot from this side and take the soft turn into the station and then take the soft turn out. Like, you wouldn't do this. You would not do this. This is a one-way. This is a one-way over here, you idiots. Like, imagine turning a bus. Look at the purple buses when they turn in. Come on. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Do you see that? Remember 2 minutes ago? Remember when this was fine? Remember when this was fine a second ago? Traffic AI is from 2015. Trump hadn't even run for president then. It was a while ago. The world was a different place. You can download off the installers for almost all the stuff. Yeah. Black Isle D&D games. Nice. We got some classics in that collection. If you could buy something and they take it from you, you never really owned it. That's a good point. It's true. Fallout 4 would be my favorite game when I play for the first time, but I'm still on Fallout 1. I have hopes that there is a Fallout 5 in the works and that it is not Bethesda, because Todd said some weird stuff that implied at one point they were working on Fallout after, what do you call it? Elder Scrolls 6? Is that what the next one is? The next Skyrim 2? Which is, I'm sure, what they want to do. I hope they go do something original and revamp the old formula, not try and recapture the magic in a bottle that was Skyrim. Because if they try to recapture it, it's not going to work. It doesn't work like that. You got to let the creative process build a good game. And based on what they've done, I liked Fallout 4. I really like Fallout 4. I like Skyrim. I thought they were in a great spot. And what have they done since then? They did Fallout 76, which, if you like it, more power to you. But that is such a miss I think, for Fallout fans. Like, what if some Fallout fans were really upset when, what do you call it? I'm getting flashing lights, which probably means they're almost home. So I need to be ready to mute. We'll do a be right back break in a second. And you know what? Don't turn away though. It's time to hydrate, because you're going to want to stay tuned most likely for the CS2 on console rant, because I still have to talk about that. But where was I? I was somewhere on the rant. The light threw me. Fallout. Oh yeah, so what have they done since Fallout 4? They've done Fallout 76. I think it's such a miss. So a lot of Fallout fans were upset when Bethesda took it over and turned it into a first-person shooter. Turning it into an always online multiplayer game with a cosmetic shop? I don't know who was asking for that. I'll tell you, I wasn't. Okay, I will be right back. Give me a minute. Hydrate, stretch your legs, and we'll talk about why CS2 shouldn't come to console and probably won't come to console when I get back. Okay, I am back. They are back. Best Fallout game, New Vegas. Bias, because when I played the most. I liked 3 a lot. I really liked 3 a lot. 3 was the first Bethesda and first person experience. It was clunky, but it was good. New Vegas was better. They didn't get good gunplay until 4. Like, I went to replay New Vegas recently, and playing it on stream, it was so laggy. I also forgot how important VATS was, and I didn't build a lot into action points, and instantly regretted it. 50-50, I will say. One of them really loved it. The other one thought it could have had been a half an hour shorter. So, but Fallout 76 is just such a miss. It's like, it's not, I'm not saying there aren't people that like it, but it's not like a Fallout. It's not what a Fallout fan wants. What is Fallout? What has every Fallout been? Desolation and wasteland and solitude and fighting bandits and solving mysteries on your own, and maybe getting a companion to wander through the world with you. And if it was co-op optional, I could understand that. But it was like a really stupid handshake process where, like, if you didn't fight the other person back, it didn't matter. But then there were glitches and things that people could do where it did, so it's like, it's just not like you don't want a competitive Fallout experience in any fashion. Or I don't. And I could avoid that by renting my own Fallout First private server, but no, I'm not falling for that. I'm not falling for your microtransaction shop. It's not going to get me the game that I want by paying more into it. On paper it does. Because, like, one of my first experiences in Fallout 76 was the first player I ran into was wearing nothing but underwear and blasting death metal so loud that it was like crunching and distorting the microphone. That was my first experience running into a player in Fallout 76. A death metal blasting troll in their underwear. Top notch, Phil Spencer. Really great stuff you're cooking up over there. Fallout 1 is the first isometric game you played. That's pretty cool. That's a good first one to play. CS2, okay, here's the deal on CS2 console. CD Planner played CS2 stable until recently, but he had over 100 gigs of system RAM, 12 gigs of VRAM. What console has specs like that? Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing, like, let's take, here's the thing, let's take performance out of the picture. Let's say that it performed, like, you couldn't tell the difference in performance between, say, Remastered, which I think handles okay for console, and CS2. And it was just the look of CS2 with the handling of Remastered. Okay. Take performance out of the mix. Our playlist ended. Hold on. That was episode 5. Well, I'm almost out of Meander music. I only saved 7 playlists. Oh, this was a different one. It was a very different intro. I don't know. It's funny. My Let's Play is like, I don't know if I've talked about it a little bit. I have bipolar 2, so it's less extreme than bipolar 1 in terms of, like, especially the mania on the upper end, but the depression can be pretty intense. But there is an ebb and a flow to my mood, and you could hear it in the Let's Play music without a doubt. So I was feeling very different this day when this is the song that kicked off an episode. Okay, so CS2 console. Let's talk about why it doesn't work, even if you fix the performance problems. Now, to be fair, let's include a little bit of a blurb about the performance. Let's say they get the performance as good as on PC. It's still not great. It still has all the issues, and things are going to bog down when it gets too big. But if we throw those concerns out the window and say that they've figured out this magical performance problem, they are 2 years on from release, and arguably the largest creator in the community, whose job it literally became to do nothing but create cities content, couldn't fix their own city. They used mods, and they figured out all kinds of problems. They did troubleshooting, and they had Reddit threads, and they had one of the most expensive video cards in the market, and 64 gigs of RAM. So the thing should be running good. And they have the best support in terms of literally direct contact with the devs, an army of subscribers and followers that would happily troubleshoot logs for them. And they found a bunch of problems with the game. It is enlightening. Go watch that Magnolia episode where City Planner Plays talks about all the problems the city has and how broken it is. And the 30,000 stuck citizens that he had to delete with a mod, only for them to start piling up as stuck citizens again. Like, the game is broken. The game itself. And that is somebody that plays the game literally professionally, with mods, with a community, with direct contact with the devs, and can't fix the issues. How do you think you're going to do on console? I'm not holding out hope. So, performance. Hey, they fixed the performance. Performance isn't an issue. It gets 60 frames per second on even a 960. How's the game? The game is broken. The game has all kinds of simulation problems. Think about this. How did they build the first game? The first game was a traffic simulation. You needed Traffic Manager to fix it. The second game has new AI traffic. You still need traffic to fix it. And again, this is one of my, I hate to keep throwing it back on this creator, but I saw, how do you say his name? Who wrote Traffic? Krychu? When the John Hammond video hit and he broke down the malware and then went out on open source intelligence and found all the leaked passwords that creator had, your password security is junk. And you are writing code that gets attacked and then automatically downloaded to everybody else's machine. Now, here's one of the most idiotic things coming off of this. I don't think they called in any external help from an incident response perspective, because they said publicly that we're trying to figure this out and we're talking to people about it. We've contacted third parties about this. Their Reddit mod was in John Hammond's Discord. John Hammond, I want to say, works for Huntress, and he's like a public face. He does all kinds of malware analysis and decompilation, tears it apart, and shows what's what. And around the time, there was a lot of interest in this, and specifically, one of the Reddit mods brought this to John Hammond's Discord. I'm not leaking anything, NDA. They said publicly that they were looking into it with a third party. The Reddit mod is talking to John Hammond's community, and then they have information once John Hammond and the community is finished with their report. That is not a coincidence. They didn't bring in any third party. They didn't pay anybody. They didn't dig deeper into this. They said, we're just going to fix it ourselves and ask for some free help from a YouTube community. And meanwhile, this is the kicker. This is the kicker that's the ultimate slap in the face. And you can see this on John Hammond's public Discord. I grabbed screens if it got deleted somehow. So the Reddit mod, what's his name? I don't even know how to say it. KMJCI, whatever the hell his name is. He's always been, by the way, he's always been a wicked prick about the console community. So sit on it. One of the people that was affected by the actual hack said, my crypto wallet was drained. I have that mod, I have the affected file, and my crypto wallet was mysteriously drained. In the John Hammond Discord, ignore, the Reddit mod says, ignore that person, that's not credible information. What did the attack end up being? An attack against a single type of crypto wallet that turned out to be the same type of crypto wallet that that guy got hit with. So in his desperation to say, no, that can't be it, that's just a person complaining. No, Move the Mouse's analysis of virus total is stupid. He's just trying to fan the flames and get clicks for views. This is the shit that came out of that guy's mouth. Like, there's good and bad Reddit mods. I know a great one, actually. He's very involved in the city's community. It is not that guy. That guy's a prick top to bottom. And literally, like, had the correct answer to the malware. Like, they could have beelined straight to the solution. And he told a virus hunting community to ignore that person because they're not credible, because he was in damage control mode for cities. Which is like the last thing you should be worrying about when you're in incident response mode. You need to get accurate information out to your community, and they told him to scan it with Defender, when literally the same file and the hash isn't detected by Defender, you morons. You absolute complete morons. It was so frustrating seeing that with any kind of a cybersecurity background. It was the most stupid, irresponsible way to communicate with your community, with objectively proven incorrect information like sitting under their faces and just not caring to understand it and just running defense and Heisman protection for the team behind the game instead of actually looking out for the community. So that's how I feel about it. When we lean on mods, we lean into... That was a rant about mods, by the way. Because when you lean on mods, you're not just dependent on the security of the third-party company. You're dependent on the security of Joe Schmo, who's writing the mods. And they may be great at writing a mod. They're also really freaking good at using the same stupid password, apparently. And we're probably very easy to get into. Whether it was a targeted attack that fooled them or just stolen creds that got in is probably more likely. There was a lot of security flaws in the design of how the mods are handled on Paradox mods. Now, this is not a Paradox mods problem alone. So Steam Workshop could have the exact same problem. If you are the person that has an account that has access to that backend, you can upload changes and those changes get downloaded by the community. Steam doesn't fix that. In fact, Steam has had a couple of stories in the news about games having malware inserted into them. So it's a difficult challenge even for platforms as large as Valve to solve. Right? It's not a problem that goes away. But when you are reliant on third parties to make your game playable, and the most popular mod out there gets targeted, it was first or second. I don't know if it was the most popular. It might have been like second most popular at the time of the hack. But like you are putting your computer's security into not just the hands of the vendor that you install software from, but also any mod creator. Paradox's solution to that was to send an email to creators when changes happen to their mods. Hey, you changed your mod. Great. You've made that information public. Put yourself into the shoes of the attacker for a minute and you find a creator's passwords get leaked. This happens all the time, by the way. You should use a different password for every site that you access. You should use a really complex password for a password manager to help you remember them all. Supply chain attacks are on the rise. Like, this is a thing that isn't going away. And Paradox's response to it was to say, we'll send the creator an email. Again, put yourself in the attacker's shoes. What's the first thing you're going to attack when you get into that person's data? I'm going to reset your email password. I'm also going to set it to automatically forward any emails to an account that I control. So if you somehow manage to get back your access to your passwords, to your email, and you start resetting passwords by sending automated messages to that email, I'm getting copies of those. I'm going to intercept those. I'm going to set your password first before you have a chance to set it off that same link. Like, sending an email is not how you fix that problem. You need to look at things like two-factor authentication, like GitHub style push controls and sign-offs and delays and scans. And when you have a malware sample, right, every file has a unique fingerprint. And there's different formats for it, whether it's MD5, SHA-256. There's a mathematical formula you can run against the file, and based on it, like, a file structured like this with this contents is going to have this mathematical number. Like, that hash doesn't change. And some malware is polymorphic. It's going to change itself every single time it gets downloaded, every single time it gets copied. It's going to change itself a little bit so that fingerprint, the old school way of doing, you know, virus definitions based on a file name, a file fingerprint, it's not applicable. It doesn't work well. So you need to come up with new methods to defend. It makes it much tougher to defend against. But in this case, was it 2024 or 2025? Here's an impacted hash. Here's a malicious file. And Paradox's advice, even mid-process, was to say, hey, you might be impacted, but you should be fine. Run a defender scan. When the file that we have, the file that is being analyzed, the information that they are tracking up on, the little that they care to find out about it, what you can tell is that hash at the time was detected by 6 out of 72 vendors on VirusTotal. That's not good. Defender was not one of them, which means they're telling you to run defender scans to see if you're safe, when I could tell you for a fact that Defender is not going to pick up that file because here's a VirusTotal report that says Defender does not pick up the file. In fact, there's like 60-something vendors that don't pick up the file. And most of the stuff that you'd be running at home, Norton, Trend, McAfee, Bitdefender, none of those picked it up. ESET, like all the ones you'd be running at home, Avast AVG, none of those. There were a couple of enterprise products. That's it. That's all that supported it. Edge of Map Fog. Okay. So that's the modding problem. Mods are great. Mods are awesome. But you're putting your security into yet another third party's hands. And attackers are very much aware of that. Now that attack against the traffic mod was kind of ham-fisted and not great, because if they had done something other than target one niche crypto wallet, they could have had tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of infections over the course of the week before anyone noticed that a payload was out there. It could have been incredibly damaging, and all we know for sure is that a handful of people, like I think under 5, had their crypto wallets drained, which is that's not great. It can be heartbreaking sometimes. Did anybody see the cancer patient that had like just finished a charity stream raising money for their surgery, $30,000, and then somebody convinced them to play a game on Steam, and that game on Steam was a crypto drainer that stole their $30,000? Like what? Like, can you imagine the piece of shit on the other end? How horrible that person is. I can't fathom how horrible somebody like that is. Like, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in heaven or hell, but if there is a hell, I will happily spend eternity there to ride alongside that son of a bitch. Mods cannot fix problems with the core code. Yes, mods cannot fix basic problems with the game, as is evident with City Planner Plays basically hanging up the game for the short term. Yeah, he got his money back and then some, which is like, it's really great that there are people out there that would step up and and do that. But it's also at the same time, it's so sad and demoralizing thinking about that humanity is capable of that other end of the spectrum, though. It's unfortunate. But even a Steam game can't necessarily be trusted, which, you know, can I recommend, actually, if you would like to take one extra step in your security to stop for things like that, especially if you do any kind of modded content, you can set your Steam to only update when you play a game. So by default, Steam is set to decide when to do updates on its own. It'll run them in the background when you're not playing games. It does look at the frequency and the last time you played a game to decide if it's worth wasting time and space on the update at all. But you can turn off those updates so that you're not pulling down any files except when you're intending to play the game. If you have slow internet, that kind of sucks. If you have fast enough internet, you can grab those updates pretty quick. It's definitely a feature. You can do it per game as well. So if you want, you know, the automatic 40 gig Call of Duty update, you can get that. Probably a little bit more security and testing that goes into, you know, a massive company like that than an indie. Or a really small indie that gets recommended to you on stream and you install it. It turns out to be a crypto stealer because it's just a really small indie that was made for that purpose. I think they did some digging into that. Like somebody was hired to make a really simple game, and then they just baked in their malware into that really simple game. So they actually got, I think, contracted to build that game, and then, you know, gave it to the then would-be malware creator to them for them to bake it in. So yeah, so here we are in 2025, City Skylines 2, and mods are very, very, very much a necessity of the game. In fact, you could argue like there are people just giving up on their cities. Now, devil's advocate, could it be the heavily modded approach causing some of these issues? Maybe, but I think there's enough evidence and enough community digging to say that these problems happen in the game, and the only way around them at all is to try and mod your way around them. We talked about City Planner hanging it up. I guess Canadian Moose also. I'm sure there's other creators who have just moved on, and you know, we don't even know. I'm pretty sure Biff is doing regular like Timberborn and Anno and other stuff. So, you know, there was a time when I was thinking like, oh, Cities 2 is coming out. Like I gotta, you know, time for a fresh round of tutorials and try and get into this thing. Although I was never excited about the game. I didn't like Cities 2 ever. I was going to give it a shot, but it like Cities 2 sucked the air out of the room from the community, from the creators, from my creativity. Like, nope, just done. So Cities 2 on console, what do we get? Even if we got a thing that performed as well, it's not particularly fun. It doesn't work particularly well, and mods can't fix it. But let's be real, we're not going to get the best performing thing. It is not going to look like $2.20 City in the trailers that was running, what, a 4090 at the time and very carefully crafted cinematics so you wouldn't notice frame rate issues. That's not what you're getting. You're not getting a thing that looks like that. It's not going to look like that. It's going to look way dumbed down. So we can have the game, but it won't look as good, and it won't perform as good. And you can't fix it with mods. And here we are 2 years after the release of City Skylines 2. Console doesn't have a date. The last DLC that they promised at launch, when was that initially? That was like Q1 2024. So the game came out end of 2023. The DLC that they sold as the Ultimate Edition was due in the winter, like by springtime of 2024. It is autumn of 2025. And they don't have dates for this stuff yet. So I think it is time for them to own up and say like, hey guys, Cities 2 on console is not coming. And if it is gonna suck. I can't wait to see how bad it is if they ship it. It's not gonna be good. And you know, part of me, like, I'm very sad about that in part because, like, if I had in 2023 a brand new console game of Cities that I enjoyed playing, I would have hit 100,000 subscribers by now. I don't, you know, it's not going to make or break my life, but it would have been really cool to have a play button back there. And Cities 2, I think, could have been that boost that I needed, like a fresh game, fresh tutorials, find a new audience. I'm not doing it on PC. I'm not wasting my time. And I think it would have been a waste of time if it had come. There's no way it would be performing as well as the PC now. And the PC version now has a 52% rating on Steam. So, like, imagine the rating of a game that was perfectly ported that got 52% on Steam. What do you think that rating would be on console? That would be like, that would be under 3 stars probably. You're looking at like a 1 or a 2-star game. And I'm sure you've played a 1 or a 2-star game at console at one point in your life. Something that was just stupid or bad or broken or a horrible port. And it's not fun. CS1 on Switch for an idea of CS2 on console. I think that's actually probably a really good idea you could get for what it would seem like. Yeah, Cities 2 on console. I think they need to come out and say, sorry, not this generation, we can't make it work. They don't want to say that yet because, like, they don't want to diminish shareholder expectations or future valuations. That's another thing. Like, any company, whether they are publicly traded or private equity owned, you still live and die by the quarter. What are you doing better these 3 months than you did the last 3 months? Maybe we can talk about year-over-year growth. But let's keep it focused on the quarter, on the short-term things that we could do to make more money. Crank out more CCPs, sell more lo-fi radio stations. How about a map pack with intersections that a toddler put together in 2018? $13, please. So let me see here. 2-year-old game still charging what it did on day one. Yep. You would think at 52% it's time to maybe bump the numbers down, especially when all the people buying it, like, it's not like the people that are buying it now are like, oh, okay, I know where Cities is at 2 years later, I'm happy with it, I'm gonna go plunk $50 on it. No, the recent reviews are just as bad. So you had all these people that were disappointed and like, oh, it's just the gaming community. It's just the whiny babies complaining about the game. And then you got people that wait 2 years. You're like, they must have fixed it by now. Like, nope. I think it's just as crappy as everybody else thought it was for the last 2 years. It's just hanging at 52%, which is like, go buy it. You might or you might not. It's literally a freaking coin flip if people think it is worthwhile or not. And that says something about the low expectations of certain people for city builders. Like, okay, hold on. Hold on. I know what we should do. Let's get settled in here. Cities, Skylines 2. Ooh, 20% off sale. 20% off, $39.99. Ooh. Get the bundle. Pre-purchase City Skylines 2 Expansion Pass Waterfronts bundle. Please don't do that. Please don't spend additional money. Ultimate Edition. City Skylines 2. Okay, hold on a minute. Oh my God. Okay. Studio mode. capture. Display capture, I guess. This one? Yeah. Okay, here we go. City Skylines 2 store listing. Mixed 53%. That's recent reviews. All time 53%. Recent reviews over the last 30 days 53%. That's remarkable. That is a consistency. That shows that this is not angry people that wanted to pile on when the game first came out dragging this number down. This is a consistent opinion of people that are opening up their wallet 2 years later to come play this game and finding out that it's still not good. Okay, but here's the thing. Check this out. City Skylines on sale, 20% off. $39.99. Pre-purchase the expansion pass Waterfronts bundle. $41. All these DLCs, Mediterranean Heritage, Dragon Gate. What is this? I've never heard of this. Dragon Gate content creator pack? There's 13 DLCs for this game? Where have I been? They've done multiple content creator packs? Were they just not advertising these things and trying to slip them in with the free regionals? These came out back in March? Never heard of them. Absolutely never heard of them. Switch version, very niche, yes. Okay, so here's the kicker, right? So you got all that DLC you can buy. Look at this. Ultimate Edition. That 2 years later still doesn't have a date for when the last DLC drops. And they have the balls to still charge full price $90 for that. That one doesn't get a discount. Pay full price for that. So hold on a second. I can get the game for $40. 8, 16. Wait, where's the... Is it cheaper to buy everything individually? It's cheaper to buy everything individually and get the game on sale than it is to get the Ultimate Edition. What? Okay. Why? Why Man in Hat so shouty? Tell him about Colossal Order and Paradox. Man in Hat is upset at capitalism, to be fair. When you're old enough, you'll understand. But for now, enjoy that ignorant bliss. Innocent bliss, not necessarily ignorant. Content creator packs are just new bundles of buildings. Yeah. They're nothing to write home about. But like, okay, let's dive into some recent. Here's the thing that I love. This is why one of the reasons why I called this up. Recent reviews. Well, again, these are within the last 30 days. You're gonna find that it's 52%. So it is a coin flip whether you should buy this game or not. We're not here to read the negative reviews. We're here to read the positive reviews that I bet are almost going to start with "it's good, but." Let's see if we don't find a "it's good, but." I was hesitant to get this game based on the very mixed reviews, especially criticisms about its stability and delayed getting it more than a year. I was a big fan of the original Skylines and eventually felt it was time to give it a chance. I'm pleasantly surprised that after more than 20 hours of play, I haven't had a single crash, and the game runs very well with a city of almost 200,000 people. 2.1 gigahertz. 2.1 gigahertz what? How many cores, dude? 32 gig of RAM and an 8 gig 4060. Okay. Of course, there's lots of room for future development. It's still missing some features from Skylines 1 and found myself annoyed that I couldn't connect 2 subway stations underground for easy transfer between lines. Apparently, people online say you can do it, but after countless attempts, I still haven't managed. Okay. I'm going to skip over the auto template one. Here's a recommended. It still suffers from a lot of performance issues and quirkiness, but I'll give it a thumbs up. The community seems to be filling in things that the developer refuses to address. So mods are... It has performance issues and quirkiness, but I've enjoyed it. The community's fixing the game. This is a positive review. Keep that in mind. Like, it's not just a 50% split. The positive reviews are like, yeah, the game doesn't behave well, but with mods, I'm having fun. Positive reviews. It's good. I bought the game when it first came out in 2023, and it was for sure something. But it's now quite fun. It's not as in-depth as the first one, but has potential if Paradox doesn't decide to scalp us with DLC. Overall, foreshadowing, it's a good game now. They have majorly improved upon the road system and less restrictive even without anarchy. Got some mods for traffic management. That comes with malware, don't forget. And it's a splendid time. P.S. You are diluted if you buy it full price. Wait for a sale. It's good, but not that good. Recommended, don't pay full price. Recommended, don't be an idiot and pay full price for this crap. Amazing game. Not worth every penny, but it's worth most of the pennies. Literally every freaking positive review of the 52% is, it's kind of mid though, you should know. This is what I'm saying. Like, that is not 52% when every positive review has a caveat. I mean, I guess the negative reviews could be like, it's kind of fun, but it destroyed my will to live. After being locked out of the game by a developer in confidence, reinstalling and repairing the game files, it still crashes after opening their modding platform. There's something modding platform. I've seen faster game development and more complex city builders with a one-man developer than Paradox can crank out. It's tragic, really. It landed 2 years ago and still doesn't have the promised features of the DLCs. Yes, I was stupid enough to buy the complete edition. The game has some decent bones and the road system is amazing, but at this pace, it won't be complete before the death of the universe. So, here's another positive one in the sidebar. Didn't pick this one up on launch and gave them a while to work out the bugs, and man, I can say, this is just as good as the original. I'm so confused. I know that this may not be the opinion of most, but I can say that I honestly do really like this one. Graphically, the game can be pretty hard to run. I have a Ryzen 5 3600 and a 5700 XT, which isn't cutting edge or at all that powerful by any means, but it's decent enough to run the vast majority of modern AAA titles at reasonably high settings with acceptable frame rates. And this game really slows down with normal sized or even somewhat small sized cities, but overall, still is playable considering there's no simulation. This is so simulation focused. Okay, this person has 27 hours in. Like, they aren't at the point yet where they've figured out that their city is going to collapse and crush itself with a bunch of stranded citizens. Overall, worth the money and will more likely be taking the top spot for playtime in my library sooner than later. I am happy for people that get enjoyment out of this game. But they're doing it on mid hardware. They're saying that it chugs. And when literal professional players cannot fix the game, like, they may be running into those issues, but it may be 100 hours from now. Like, they may not even know. And they may not even care, and they'll just start a new city. Like, it's not their job to play it, so it's a different perspective. But like most of the positive reviews have had something to say about how it is not good in one way. This positive review is a single dash. Precautionary no to recommending this game because I still believe that there's some issues that can be addressed. I regret buying this game. After City State Metropolis trailer came out, I finally realized why I was so disappointed with this installment for which I previously couldn't put to words. Colossal Order couldn't have done more R&D to make a better customizable and realistic city builder, but instead they made City Skylines 1.5. I feel like it's a downgrade. But what do I know? What do I know? Let's see. But we're at the, keep forgetting we're at the bus terminal. If we wait here like 30 seconds, it'll probably back up something fierce. Oh man, my head hurts. My head hurts from just what a mess this is. An undo button would be so nice. Cut and paste. Yeah, I mean, like, the undo in Move It is so key because, like, you can do things that aren't intentional, but it's nice to be able to undo things. Tiny Glade has one of the best implementations. It's obviously a very different game, but Tiny Glade remembers like every little movement, every window, every little shimmy, every color change, everything that happens. It remembers, and you can undo to that point in time and then take a new path forward. It's like the MCU timelines. You could just go back and exit and take a different fork. You of course break the forward playing of that fork from then on, but it's really impressive like what they did with the undo command and the redo command in Tiny Glade. I wish more games took a non-destructive approach to saving steps like that for undo. Doing bus lines makes me appreciate the Switch's auto color feature. Yeah, that is kind of nice. Okay, where are we at? Has this neighborhood mostly moved in? Mostly? Do we put parks here, or do we just move more people in? I think we just move more people in. $377 million. It's a slow climb to $1 billion. I'm sad that I should have just left the city and not touched anything while it was still making money. It was cranking up. I was like, oh, I'll add a bunch of neighborhoods. I'll disrupt the balance. I shouldn't have. We'd be at $1 billion by now. Okay, this was 6. Where is episode 7? And then let me go find, since we got a second here, because I made it all the way to an outro song on one of these playlists. Let me find it. It was a Meander episode. It's one of the stupidest intros I've ever done. I gotta find some of the stupid outros too, though. When the hell did I do Meander? This is a long time ago, huh? It was before Schedule 1. I gotta get back to Scheduled 1 at some point. I'm looking at live streams. That's why it's not showing up. I was like, where is it? It can't be that long ago. Remastered is still broken. Is that the one that has the pilot coming in? Maybe. I think so. Yeah, it is. Okay. I found it. I think if I bring this over, does it? Oh, yeah, it still does. Okay, perfect. We're still there. Okay. That still works. That still works. Okay, I just want to play this one real quick. This is my favorite stupid intro from all the Let's Plays. Okay, here we go. This is episode 11 or episode 12? Episode 12 of Meander. The episode that broke me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're starting our descent into Meander, local time. Sorry, the volume down. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're starting our descent into Meander. Local time is 7 p.m. Weather is 72 and sunny, so we expect a smooth and comfortable landing. Please be sure to fasten your seatbelts and ensure seat backs and tray tables are in their upright and locked positions. Now is a good time to mention that even though bags fly free, it does cost to get them off the plane, so have your credit cards ready as you disembark. We value your money above all else, and we look forward to welcoming you and your money back on board soon. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the remainder of the flight as we prepare for a smooth arrival into Meander.
I'm already regretting this intro, but I don't know.
I do regret it, but I also enjoy it a lot.
As is.
Yeah, this was the episode I think that I took a break for quite a while. I think. Let me check the next time I posted cities content that wasn't a rant after this video, because it was a while. Here, I'll let me explain.
Is the one with all the trenches? I think someone said in the comments it was a mine. I'm not sure what the deal is. Either way, it was kind of a mess. I used the airport tool to flatten it pretty quickly. The island itself, except for the mountains on the sides, giving us this spot for the Metropolitan Airport, which is part of the Sunset Harbor DLC.
Yeah, I go into this one. This was the last episode of Meander, technically. I think I've gone back to do other things in the build. But I go in, like I did the amusement parks over here, the amusement park and the zoo. And it kept,
the height of an average adult's eye,
resetting progress on me. So, like, you know how you have to grind the parks up? Sorry, let me turn the music back down because it'll be cranking. That's still loud. Somewhere around there should be okay. Yeah, so I tried to grind these parks up to level 5. I wanted to put in all the objects, and I eventually did get there. But there was a bug where if you save the game and quit, go to the menu or do any kind of a load, it would completely lose your progress. So I made all this progress. I was like 3 or 4 stars and almost done grinding, and I saved the game, powered it off, went to dinner, put my daughter to bed, came back downstairs to play a little bit more, and I'm at 0 progress, 1 star on each of them again. And I was like, oh my God, did I not save? Did I not save? I must have not saved, right? And so I let it run for an hour. I got halfway there again, and I was like, I kind of just need to see if it was me or if there's a bug here. And I saved and I quit, and it was back down to 0 progress again. And I was like, what the actual hell? So I did it for a 3rd time, and I grinded it up, and I built all this stuff, and I recorded an episode and edited it and said, you know what? I am freaking done with this game. I am done with Remastered. I needed to walk away and take a break. As far as I know, that bug is still in the game, and I lose progress. Now I did. There were 1 or 2 moments during my city's career where I had to like reach out because they put me on the beta builds for some of the releases, and they would forget to take me off. So like it's release day. It happened at least twice where it's release day and release day patches out fixing issues that I maybe may or may not reported. I don't remember. And here I am, like, people are playing the game. I'm talking to people on Discord. They're not having these problems. And like, oh, I'm still on the beta build. They forgot to take me off of the beta access. So although I really appreciate that and it was awesome, it also caused issues and was particularly problematic to manage, unfortunately. But that's where we are. Built a zoo recently once before getting upset with it. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's a little bit grindy. I feel like the progression though is weirder and slower in CS2. I don't even know what I'm zooming around about. I'm talking about stuff here in the video. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mean to cough in the mic. Okay, so timeline wise, right? What happened? That was Remastered. Meander's still broken. I don't know if people like to spy, but like there's a brief look at my subscriptions over here. I don't even know why I'm subscribed to Coffee Shop Vibes. It's okay. They do like lo-fi streams, like jazzy lo-fi. Chess.com, Bob Ross. I don't know what this is. Maybe it's a meditation. BBC Earth Science, Alvea's Sanctuary. That's Maya Higa's, and Adult Swim. That's like a selection of some of the 1,000+ that I have in there. Just because I know people like to peek. So, okay, Remastered is still broken. I posted that, and then I was like, you know what? Let's just do a stupid video like an achievement hunt. And I don't know how much I got, but I like played for an hour to see how many achievements did I actually say. I didn't say, but I bet. I was gonna say I bet probably a Dia commented. You know, now I'm gonna have to bust my butt to keep myself in the top 3 achievement earners this month. Sorry. AC, I know someone who's disappointed that you didn't drop the twister in the middle of the town, and that's me. Have my super chats meant nothing? Thank you for all the support, you two. The nonsense over the years. I'm glad you were here for it. That is Palavin Park in Meander. A couple little districts are named after a few creators' creations. There's a Verde Beach as well. So, okay, so there was those. Back to Move the Mouse, back to videos. I did that achievement, the achievement hunt. Where was it? Here. And then my next video is how not to start a city. I don't know if it was it obvious enough? Because the timeline here was like, we could not talk about performance. We were not allowed to talk about performance. Because why would you can't talk about performance. This isn't even the release day performance. This is the beta build performance. It's gonna be different. That release day patch is gonna fix everything. Meanwhile, here we are 2 years later, they still haven't fixed everything. But this was the kicker to me. So like I did the how to start a city. We were allowed to build like up to a certain size each episode. And when I took it from the first size to the second size, I was super disappointed, and I was like, hey, I'm not gonna bother uploading a video until I can talk about the game. I tried to be as open as I could be. And I kind of felt like an island out there too. That was a weird thing at the time. If you go back and look at all the major creators, I don't think, maybe Diana called it out. I honestly don't. I think everybody was like either already invested in their communities and that was their job, and they just wanted to power forward with the success. I'm gonna pause it here for a second because there's a story behind this. But like they were either in that camp or they were really like, I know one creator has come out and said publicly, like, they told us that was the beta build. You know, we were told that the day one patch was gonna fix it. And like, I said it in my potato mode video, like, there is no patch that fixes all these problems. There is no patch that makes the game suddenly performant on the hardware you promised it was gonna. There's no patch that makes the game fun overnight. And 2 years later, apparently there's not 10 patches that can fix some of the simulation bugs. But it was a weird spot to be in, being like the only creator that was like, guys, you sure you don't want to hit the brakes on this one? Because this is a big steamy dump that you're about to lay. And by the way, the toilet's not connected to anything, so it's just gonna sit there. We're in a hardware store. Like, those aren't plumbed. They could have called it early access. They could have just called it early access, honestly. Would have been so much. How much headache would have been saved? And like, they could still be like, they could have just said like, hey, you know what? We don't know when we're releasing it officially, but we're throwing in an early access. And we're still gonna charge you $90. I don't know, like, they can get away with that. Look at what Star Citizen is doing with $48,000 ships. Like, maybe they could have charged actual dollars for tiles. Tiles or DLC. Don't you dare ever unsub from Alveus. My wife has supported them many times, especially with the most recent flood. So we are very much fans and ardent supporters of Maya's efforts. So my wife's still sad that she left. Whine about it, but I get it to focus on her, you know, on her brand, on the animals. So, have they still not fixed the snow cars in the windshield? I don't know about that, But yeah, this was my complaint. So hold on, let's do this in two parts. This was the how not to start a city episode. Hang on, how did I kick this thing off? Am I my excited self? I know how I ended it. We talked about this on the stream the other day. Hold on.
Move the mouse here in City Skylines 2. What's going on?
Oh, you know what? Okay, let me give you a little bit of background. If you don't know, or like this is, you guys were all Vegas and my fans? Absolutely. If you've ever, like, I've made it a point to hide my sidebar now because I just don't want to talk to people about politics, but I am a Hasanabi head. We're both fans of Fear and big fans of Maya and Alveus. That, like, honestly, like, what I am watching on YouTube is usually either Kit Boga while I'm falling asleep or catching up on the news with Hassan. That's what I'm doing. It's that, or I'm playing games, or working my day job, or hanging out with my daughter. But I just have so much downtime with my wife working and going to school that a lot of times for content creation and gaming and doom spiraling over the state of the world. We'll make Stompy and our beloved Maya extremely happy. Stompy, oh my god. Stompy and Hassan have the same size head. I'm sorry, that's me. Okay, so I think I sounded genuinely happy at the beginning of this, but what I needed to tell you was my state. I briefly touched on it in the video, but I had just, I basically coughed and popped something in my ear, and I had created a vestibular issue. So you have fluid in your ear that helps you balance. In fact, it is so essential to your balance that if you were to, say, cough really hard and rupture one of your ears, you could spend the next 5 or 6 months in physical therapy learning how to walk again. Because I walked like the drunkest person you've ever seen. And I could not be in a house by myself. I literally could not, like, safely get to the bathroom without completely tumbling over. And that was my life for, like, I don't know how long. August 2023 to February 2024 until I, like, really started to get my feet under me again. Yeah, it was one, like, hacking cough, and then I got instantly dizzy and spent, yeah, a good, August, September, October, November, December, January, like 6 or 7 months basically learning how to balance again. It was rough. It was very rough. So I was 2 months into that. When did this video release? Hold on. Where do you go? September. I was about a month into that. And everybody got the green light. Hey, here's the program. You can do 3 videos. You can go up to this size town in each video, and you're not allowed to talk about performance. So I feel like I sound generally happy here, and I do mention the health issue, but I just want to give you more context because it is a lot longer than I can get into in this intro. But I kind of want to see, I just want to at least look at the beginning and end of this video and the beginning and end of the next one to kind of see, like, what was I sounding like. I feel like this intro sounds genuinely happy given my physical state. And again, this is the first video we were allowed to post. We could only build up to a small town, so it was the first time I was playing this build. Hey, maybe they fixed some stuff. I don't know. I've been in bed for a month playing Starfield because it was, like, literally the only thing I could do. I had the Xbox Series S in the bedroom, and Starfield had just come out, and that's how I killed time. Even that, though, was tough. Like, sometimes it was too much for my motion sickness at the time. Rupture one of your ears hearing Nickelback for the first time. They've never forgiven you. Poor ears. Your poor ears. So let's check this out. This is me playing City Skylines, the first build I could share publicly for the first time.
Move the mouse here in City Skylines 2. And those of you that have been keeping up with the channel know that I'm actually having some medical issues right now.
Hold on. I'm gonna turn it up.
What's going on? Move the mouse here in City Skylines 2. And those of you that have been keeping up with the channel know that I'm actually having some medical issues right now. Those of you that haven't seen my community post, no big deal. No worries there. I've got a brain cyst and I've got horrible vertigo.
Oh yeah.
And I'm on medicine for it. And while it is working,
forgot about that.
Kind of, I'm gonna try and power through this because I'm watching all the other creators start to share their private premieres and videos that are coming out tomorrow. And I'll be damned if I'm gonna miss out on it. So City Skylines 2, I'm gonna jump into a new game. We're gonna play on sweeping plains. And just in case anybody asks or misses that, we're gonna name the map Sweeping Plains. I'm playing North American theme. You can do European. You can override parts of your town to not be that main theme, but North American's fine for me. Also, no left-hand traffic. Sorry, Rich. I'm also not playing with natural disasters. I think that turns off fires. I haven't had any with natural disasters turned off, so that I don't want to jinx it, but maybe there's a way for me to avoid my towns bursting into flames with just a simple checkbox. We're not going to play with the cheats. The money seems very forgiving. They give you a lot of money to start, and there's some cool ways that the economy works differently, how you can import, export things. It's very different, and we're going to go through what is different about this game. But first, hold on a sec. Well, hey,
that's a good start.
Okay, sorry. I'm a little dizzy myself, so if I move the camera around a little too fast, apologies. Believe me, it's harder on me than it is on you right now. Is there something floating in the sky over there? Are there trees in the sky? I feel like there are. Okay, it's a beta early access. Don't worry about that. It's not important right now. Look at this map, sweeping.
I tried to bring attention to everything that I was allowed to.
Look at how huge this is. In fact, we can't go into the map tiles just yet. Don't worry about that. Let's come over here and we're going to build a road. Okay. And I'm going to start with a medium road.
I go through, we see the grid tool. I go through the roads and show you like this is great. This is awesome. You know, the new road tools are really good. And then we start to run out of good things to talk about. The lot shapes absolutely kill me. I don't understand why the houses all like take up the exact same plot size, and it's so monotonous and samey. The end of the first episode, though, is one of my favorite things because I go through. I think I'd showed this recently on a stream. Apologies if you're seeing this again, but I go through and I create the dump.
What about when I need more dump space?
And I pan the camera around and like it's my best attempt at another warning.
Good news. Come in here, click on, as you can see, you know, as much as I want Trash World, like this could be our new theme park. It's a trash themed theme park.
Now remember, this is me. I'm playing the game. I haven't been able to play the game, so I'm coming at it from a fresh perspective. First time I played it in like 2 months, but I had played it for over 2 years. Like I got access really early comparatively. So I was very familiar with the game. And even that familiarity with the game,
there's no fines for littering
because
you're actually adding to the motif. So we appreciate it. Throw your garbage anywhere. Welcome to Sweeping Plains. It's a perfectly functioning city. Don't ask any questions.
It's right there. What you need to know is right there.
Camera. Where do we want to start? Let's do a point. So we'll add a point.
So here's me setting up a camera, right? A camera sweep. Let's see how this looks.
To take us out. Look at this beautiful city. It looks amazing. Again, this early access gameplay. It's not fully optimized, and hopefully it will be. I can't imagine it won't be.
Hopefully it will be.
Again, this early access.
The verbiage is very important. I'm saying what I can.
Gameplay. It's not fully optimized, and hopefully it will be. I can't imagine it won't be. There's a month and a half to go. Let me know in the comments if you think that's enough time or not. But hopefully this gave you an idea of what the game is like.
And again, that is my response to people like thinking like, oh, this is going to get better. This is just a beta. They've got a month to go to launch. When there are these things that were so baked in. And something that was not well publicized, but was talked about on another channel, so I have no problem sharing it. During this 3-video process, you'll notice that some creators uploaded videos, some didn't, or some did some really weird videos. When you really zoom in and like, what did they actually do that episode? There was a bug that prevented Sims from moving in if you had an AMD video card. So like if you had an AMD video card, you could build roads, but the second you hit play and one person moves in, crash. So like that still wasn't working as of the 3rd video. And again, I'm not the one sharing that, like that, they're not going to publicize that, but another creator talked about that. And like, it's just crazy to think like, you know, 3 special videos, 3 special builds, less than 3 or 2 weeks to launch by the time that 3rd video drops, and it wasn't working on AMD video cards. Like, they needed to hit the brakes for so many reasons on this, and they just steamrolled forward. And, you know, I know people have pointed to the fact that CO said like it was ready to ship, but I cannot believe that wasn't quarterly influence from the shareholders' view of Paradox. Like, Paradox has had a bunch of stinkers. Paradox talks regularly in their financial reports about how important Cities is to them and how important building recurring DLC off of existing games is to them and how that is the path forward. And when Cities is one of your main brands and it has a sequel, and you need people to play it and like it to sell that additional content to them, and the whole thing falls flat because you rushed it out because you wanted to make money now and not money later, and you ended up damaging the entire brand. It's a spectacular
I mean,
failure.
this is me. This is my content. I don't know.
Again,
Let me know in the comments if you think that's enough time.
I'm sorry.
It's not fully optimized.
It's not fully optimized. Let me know if you think that's enough time.
I can't imagine it won't be. There's a month and a half to go. Let me know in the comments if you think that's enough time or not. But hopefully this gave you an idea of what the game is like. I mean, this is me. This is my content. I don't make the most beautiful cities. I make videos about how the game works and teach you how things work. And hopefully I taught you how Cities 2 works so far.
And I think that's a great way to approach it without saying it. That's the closest I could get. Was all I did was play the game for you today, and you saw what happened. It was laggy, and the game systems are broken, and it was visually not that appealing even on a 3080 and a 10700K. So I tried.
Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Let me know if I win the title. I'm pretty sure I do for ugliest city you saw today. I will humbly accept that. I will see you on the next one when we can get through the next couple milestones, and you know, maybe we'll look at some of the problems. Maybe we'll just let it ride. It's fine. I'll see you then. Until then, Move the Mouse. Signing off.
Okay. This is the one that broke me though. The snow. Seeing the snow in game, not being able to turn it off, how stupid it was implemented at launch. So take a good look at snow in City Skylines 2 when it hits. Does anyone in the chat play CS2? I know I have like literally half my audience at one point was console, so there's a good chance no. Warren, have a good evening. As always, appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by. The snow is one of the things that really broke me. Looking at how much it had regressed. So there's no plows here, right? This is how the snow falls. And I could understand if the lots were this. You're on CS2 needs much hardware. Okay. I was going to ask if it's still Like, does it still pile up on the windshields? Is there any way to turn off weather? I don't think. Like, weather, I pushed early, advocated for weather toggle, and I'm pretty sure there's a mod now. Or you can build maps that somehow are climatized to not have snow, but like I don't have to build the map. I complained about this in potato mode. Live in a place of real winter. Yeah, I'm up in New England. Like we get hammered. But this is okay. Here's the thing. Look at the parking lots. Let's take a look at the parking lots for a minute. Okay, parking lots get plowed. I understand that. But there's a problem. There's no snow buildup anywhere. There should be a different texture applied in the winter. And there should probably be snowbanks. Like snowbanks would be an excellent touch. If there were snowbanks, like big piles in the corner of the parking lots, that would be excellent. But the parking lots are just totally clear. The top of the buildings are just totally clear. Hey, this unique diner on the corner of this street, that lawn knows how to receive snow. But the grass in the middle of the roundabout nearby does not know how to accept snow. Like there was no consistency to it. Like it doesn't, what? Who sat down to code winter and thought this was okay? Like how was this game checked off as ready? Who looked at this and thought like, the kicker is like, okay, you've never seen a city building game before. This is the first time you've seen snow in a city builder. Fine. There's snow on the frickin' windshields of the cars. They don't get cleared off. You'd think like the snow model of a car in the winter would have like windshield wiper shape cut into it. You know, and the snow would be caked on a little bit. Maybe there's one idiot driver who like only cleared the windshield but didn't take any of the snow off the top. Like that would be a nice touch. But they literally like, oh yeah, the same car that's parked on the side of the road that has snow all over it, that's the one that drives down the road. How do they see? And the trees. Yeah, the trees, no snow. Didn't they fix that at launch? I thought they added it in like very last minute. Okay. So with all that in mind.
I was here back in City Skylines 2.
This was the second of the 3 episodes that I could upload. And the last of the 3. I didn't upload
And
episode
today
3.
I wanted to make a comparison, specifically the weather, or I guess more specifically the snow in City Skylines 1 versus City Skylines 2. And we're starting off in 2. And something I want you to notice is like the lots are so clean. Every single citizen in the town has removed every single flake of snow from their property, from the street, from the sidewalk.
But not from their car.
It's the grass that's covered.
And the motorcycles.
That is grass that is not on your property. Somehow they've broken out the hair dryers and melted the snow there too. So just looking back to even the console version.
Yeah, so the grass that's part of a building doesn't know about snow. And the second, like any other grass, is covered in snow. Trees were not, though. And they're like, it's just super obvious. Like, you're not clearing off the snow off of a car, but trees and lawns don't get snow.
Of a snowfall city. I think there's such a dramatic difference in
that's
how
obviously
weather is handled
CS1. That's snowfall.
I'll be honest, like
look at the
this is okay. It's
here.
early
Go
these
back.
two games.
Go back. Look at the cars. It's caked onto the windshield, but it's not completely covered. The roads have just a little bit of snow buildup around the curbs. All the roofs, the trees, the grass, the lots, like that is not perfect pavement. Like you can see it feels cold because there's like a layer of frozen dew in the morning there. Like you just see that sheen of I mean, I know how cold that feels from just looking at that pavement.
I'll be honest, like this is okay. It's early access.
This is CS2.
The game feels drab. It feels
like, look, I mean, come on. Like, so like when you're doing squared off zoning like this, the only place that gets snow is this little 1x of grass that I decided not to zone. That's the only place that has snow. That or the cars.
gray. It feels a little boring.
And the solar panels.
Weather,
The solar panels. Which, don't photovoltaic cells get warm when they're collecting all that sunlight and turning it into electricity with black glass? if there's no snow on the rest of the roof, why would it build up on the hottest part of the roof?
Unfortunately, is
I
not
don't
something
know.
you can turn off. So you have to deal with the rain. You have to deal with the snow, assuming that your city is in a climate that gets snow. Move the mouse. Signing off.
Yeah, it's just so I was just like,
We
nah.
can do, and I haven't shown this yet. Somebody actually mentioned in the comments, like you can run power lines over ground, but you can, low density residential gets their own transformer station now, and we have to come back in and hook in the power.
Yeah.
You know, I want to go past these preset boundaries, and just play. So yeah, I probably will sit out round 3, but definitely stay tuned as we get closer to release. Hopefully I can get my hands on a
You can
console
see like
version a little
the
bit
snow
early.
is very much receding.
But if
into
not,
the
I will be here
mountains,
release day either way with new content. Cities 2.
Are you?
If you enjoyed the
going
video,
again,
hit the like
dog?
button, helps the channel a lot. Let me know down below in the comments. Do you
Are you
play with
going out
weather
again?
on or off? If you're new here and want to check out more Cities 2
Okay.
content as it gets closer to release, definitely hit the subscribe button. I will see you on the next one. Until then, though, this is Move the Mouse. Sign.
Okay. So yeah, so that's where CS2 was. Where was it? This one? This one? This one. Yeah, so I went from that to skipping the third video to releasing potato mode, which I'm still very happy with. I gotta reconsider New Boston. Collect snow for snow angels during the holidays. I guess that's pretty useful. Okay, man, where is this place at? 378. Whenever I'm cinematic cameraing, it's running at 1x speed the whole time in the background, which isn't helping things. But it's so fun. I don't think we have any fire coverage over here, so we're pretty much banking on... Oh, that's problematic. That's problematic. Holy... Oh my god, it backed up all the way over here? What? Why? Okay, we gotta make this like a no... So that doesn't even make any sense. Like, why is that seeing so much traffic? That's awful. We were at 90%. We cut off 6%. It's backed up all the way to here. Oh my God, what happened? This intersection. So, like, I like this. This handled traffic fine for just this neighborhood. I'm now asking it to do basically like an equally sized neighborhood, and it cannot handle it. It cannot handle it at all. So we got to look at a traffic rule that prevents this exit from being used at all for anything over here. So we got to look carefully at districts here, I think. So this was okay before. Like, they can use it to go anywhere, but that is the problem now. So, You make my traffic management look adequate. To be fair, that was not an issue until I moved. Like, literally, this is the problem. I did nothing to change any of the highways and added in all of these residents basically at the same time without making any other considerations. And that's what I need to do now. So how though? How do we do this? So this exit again was functioning fine to handle the mall in this little neighborhood, as well as allowing people to go into these either two sectors. But this sector over here, the Colline Francesi, has that exit plus it it looks like you can come from across the river on the bridge, either bridge actually. You can also exit from here. So there's 3 highway exits and 2 bridges from the other half of the city supporting that size space. And then over here we've got 2 exits and 1 bridge across the river. This is supported by 1 exit currently. But this one is just so overloaded because we're allowing people to also use this exit to then come in here. So we got to look at preventing that altogether. So what are they doing? Are they coming over here because it's close enough? Like, I almost need like a travel district in the middle, but like I've made a big problem here, unfortunately. How do we get all of that traffic, or at least some of that traffic, offloaded? Or handle the flow on this intersection better? Add more lanes, right? Do we add more lanes? That'll fix it. Okay, I gotta have a think on this. Because I thought we can look at flows, right? Where is that? Info views. What is it? Routes? Where the hell is it? That's road maintenance. I don't think we have any road maintenance going. Traffic routes, okay. So where is all this traffic going? Is it going into the... Wait a second. Hold on a second. Wait, so it's going up into this Umber Street? Oh my god. Okay, well that's why. That's part of it. So we have traffic cutting through there? We have a lot going there. Okay. I wonder if we can reduce this at all. So the industrial traffic, we want to go up there, or to take that top highway, or to take the Diamond interchange down below. So what if we make a district that includes this street here? And we can smooth this out a little bit after. I just wanted to define the lines here. So we're gonna make it so that not only is there not any cut-through traffic, but like you don't come up to this intersection unless you're going into this neighborhood. And we'll just include this as part of that neighborhood. And also that cut-through over there, so that it does not become... Sorry, I know it's a little sloppy. We can clean this up after, though. At some point. It's not... As long as it's not on the roads incorrectly, we're okay. And highways don't count, so that little bit shouldn't matter. Okay, so this is all part of that now. So now highways are not affected, but we should be able to prevent traffic from cutting through here. And if we run into any problems where we have, if we run into any problems where we have like businesses that aren't getting enough goods to sell, we can build a warehouse nearby that like is in the zone that allows traffic. Do I want this all the way through here so that people aren't using that cut through as well? Probably. This is one of those, like, I'm pretty happy with how they handled the port of this over and set it up for controller. Painting zones makes me want to uninstall this game. The way that the magnetism of the zones now is, it was never great, but it's worse in Remastered than it was in CS1. And like, let's say like you want to like, oh, I want to, you know, have those zoned, but I want to unpaint from this. Well, it used to snap to the road, but then when you get to intersections, the snapping does still work, and it will like, whoop, it'll pop up there. So it'll do weird things like that. And if you want to go fix a little thing like this, like trying to paint that little bit, just repainted and undid everything that we just did, it's so annoyingly frustrating. Like, and it just screams of one of those things that like you play test the most basic way to see if the function works, and then don't actually see like how it plays in a more complex game scenario, and it's just really disappointing when that kind of stuff happens. Okay, so here we're saying the highway up top is okay. This 4-lane road and highway is okay. That's coming off the exit. But basically anything through this neighborhood, if you're going to Birch Park, you should only be going to Birch Park, and you shouldn't be passing through to the other side, I think. And then this neighborhood, if we also stamp Old Town on, I think that will at least reduce our problem. If not, it's not going to eliminate it, but I bet we can get some traffic back here. And again, what Old Town says is, if you aren't coming to this district, don't drive here. So that should prevent anybody that isn't coming into the residence from driving through here. Now, it may not process immediately, and sometimes they're idiots and they don't care, but it should tell the trucks to stop routing this way, and they'll be more apt to take the actual highway exit. I think it should work that way. But time will tell. And a quick way we can clear this in the meantime, it'll mess up some of your deliveries and industries, so do consider that and be careful. But if we give them a little bit of highway and then reverse the direction, they don't know, so they get off the highway, and then it just helps us clear this GM so that we can see like what is the effect of traffic from now on. It still takes a minute to settle back in and to back up appropriately, but it was so backed up that we needed to help it catch up here. So until this really clears up, I'm going to leave it. Because they keep trying to get off the highway, and they think it's fine, and they hit that reversed segment. But as soon as this clears out, it should clear out. It was very backed up, though. We're getting there. It's still a little stupid. Like, this is just an example. You don't have to go crazy on the highways. You can use all 3 lanes and not really think about it too much. Lane math is fine, but also if you're giving them routes to get to other places, it's totally fine. Okay, but now we're gonna let this back up again and start to see what it looks like with traffic. But that kind of gives us a reset switch, because it was so backed up that it was backing up the other highway. A couple fires happening, nothing too big it looks like, hopefully. So let's hang out here for a minute and we'll see how it does. Hopefully well. It looks like it's doing a little better. The other side's the problem now. It's keeping up, so hopefully we have prevented the traffic that was cutting through here from cutting through here. The funny thing is like I'm staring at this intersection, but is it backing up someplace else now? You know, like, is this gonna back up now? This is one of the built-in ones that I even reduced a bit more because it had like pedestrian paths through here. So it's one of the Map Pack 3 intersections, but slightly modified. You didn't use a single policy in my current city? Oh my God. Yeah, I went through quite a bit tonight on the policy side. See, there it's backing up a little bit, but this will ebb and flow based on industry demand and garbage trucks and a couple other things running around. So I think we're going to have more trucks delivering coal if we do that thing. So that's something to consider too, as you turn on additional power plants to to balance some of the demand as I did tonight, you can possibly run into additional truck traffic. Okay. Traffic? 88%? Okay. We're making this intersection a little bit busier. This one's not particularly special. It's like a very basic diamond. And like, it's not great, but it fits the purpose. And this off ramp is really short, but it doesn't need to be long because it's not the one that's backing up. But like, if that's something that I'm just slapping in, it's why some of these are so disappointing. Because like, you know, this one, was it this one? Like, I can do that. I don't need to pay for that. I can do that on my own, thank you very much. See? Some of them are better than others. Some of the slopes I've been taking more time with, like this one in particular here. Like this could come down a lot sooner to actually touch the ground, but it's like elevated all the way down to the road. I think it works. I think it fits. Okay, couple fires going. We've got some people moved in here, and we've got the traffic settling down. So I'm excited about that. That's great. 88%, 115,000 people. Obviously no mods. We know where the traffic is heavy, but is this one of the few stoplights? Nope, no stoplight there. There's very few stoplights in the city. For the most part, intersections are just on. Okay, there we go. There's one. And this helps slow some of the traffic coming into that intersection. It does occasionally back up, though, traffic clearing it, which I should keep an eye on. That might be almost as effective stopping the traffic down here. I could look at that because there's a lot less cross traffic on this road in particular. It can just probably freely flow. But it's working, so like I won't, you know, I'll mess with it when I need to mess with it. And tonight we lost multiple percentage points and we got some of those back. So I was at 89.90 at the start of the episode, so we only lost one. Moved in an awful lot of people to do it and corrected. It wasn't even a problematic intersection. It was problematic policy areas. And I think we fixed it there. So can we get more money is the question, because we only have 378 million in the bank and we were looking at policies to make money. We got through all the city services. I might have to go back and check if I've affected any individual districts, but for now it should be okay. So let's dive into these. I gotta talk my way through these because I hardly ever touch. Tax raise for low density residential sets the tax rate higher for low density residential housing, increases the tax rate by 2%. So like, what is the purpose of these? You're making money with toll booths? I am not. Is that considerable income that I am losing out on? I need to exploit more, don't I? I don't even know what I have going for parks. So that's a good question, Fox. So like theoretically, when would you use these sorts of things? Because like I can change. I guess when you're doing taxes, what, via this menu, you're affecting the taxes for the entire city based on a particular low density, high density, so density type and lower, or a low and high and type. So what is this giving me the option to do? Tax raise for low density residential could be on a per district basis. Got to sleep at your be here for the algorithm. Well, I really appreciate that, Jason. Have an excellent evening and restful sleep, and appreciate the assistance with the algorithm too. So yeah, when would you tax raise for low density in a specific district if it's a higher land value? and you can get away with that versus another spot that's a lower land value, I guess I could see it in a per district setting, right? I gotta look at zoning and why buildings are not fully leveled up. Probably service coverage. Uses policies when trying to achieve unlocks. Okay. Tax rates for high density. So again, I could see these being used on a per district basis based on land value. But when we have land value all the way up, we should just, crank the taxes all the way up wherever you can. But maybe there's, more or less sensitivity to it that way. I don't know. We could test it on a district, but I bet they're at 12, and the second you raise it at all, it's going to instantly complain and potentially move out. Tax relief for low density residential. Again, wouldn't you set it for the whole? I guess like on a per district basis, but we're probably not going to touch those. We're just going to raise it citywide as best we can, and provide service coverage to level up buildings so that they pay more taxes, and there's more revenue, and they're more willing to pay those high taxes in the first place. So what do we have down here? The only thing that we need to consider here, let go of leisure specialized areas. Stop generating tax income, but a hefty boost in their entertainment and attractiveness values. I guess if you had like a really small leisure district, but we're not in the process of giving up tax income. That's not what we are about right now. We're trying to make money. We're trying to get to $1 billion. Okay, let me find saved. Let me find something new here. Music wise. What do we got? I got a bunch of random playlists that like I haven't fully fleshed out on here. Let's see what Hopeful Funk is. I don't know if this is the vibe that we're going for, but we're gonna try. Nope, that is not the playlist. What is this random hip hop playlist? We'll try. Okay. So we've got a couple enabled here already. What's the deal? These policies are if you want to micromanage your cities. It really doesn't achieve much. These policies, I would say there's some more CS2 style play. Yeah. Like I said, it's if you want to, I think if you're growing your city, you can afford to do the high tax rate across the board. But there's some philosophy behind it where, like, if you have higher land value, you could feel better about charging higher taxes. But meanwhile, it just seems like it's a make or break point at 12 to 13. I don't know if there's almost like no reason behind it. But you could have like a lower land value part of your town and then say like, hey, you pay lower taxes here, even though the residential is set the same across the city. Small business enthusiasts, low density commercial buildings double their sales. Upkeep is $2 low density per commercial building. Like, why would they put that policy in there? I'm pretty sure that every time I turn these on, this is a big money maker, right? Is 13 the max? Have I been leaving a percent on the table? Can I do 13? There's a lot of bogus icons on there. So part of my city is not like, if we look at the city, if we look at if we look at here on the right-hand side, average zone buildings, there's some buildings that are not fully leveled up. Now, I might have set some of them to limit, which is part of the problem, where I don't want them building up to level 5 for height purposes. There's others that just might not be totally covered by good services, and those are particularly problematic because we want to make sure those are upgraded. And if we have them fully covered, we can get away with the top tax rate, which we may have people complain at 13. But maybe with the Eden project and full land value, it's not an issue. I don't see any complaints popping up, tax related. I'm so sorry for all the unique buildings that are turned off, though. Someone suggested, and I think maybe, I mean, do we save and turn them on and see what happens to the budget and the traffic, just for science? Make historic and let them up. Oh, yeah. Okay, no, never mind. There it goes. They just needed a minute to think about it. They're like, you know what? I don't like this city that much. Okay, so economy. You've been heard. Shush. Okay. Yeah, that's a shame that that's how taxes work, basically. And, like, how was that one play tested? Never, do not save. I should save. I haven't saved yet tonight. I should also make a backup, because I haven't made a backup of my Riverrun in a bit. When's the last time I made a backup? A couple days. Okay. And then I've got a backup from July. Okay, we've saved. Our money goes wildly up and down, unfortunately. It is very inconsistent. It can go up into the hundreds, into over 100,000 in the green. It can drop down to 50 in the red. Overall, it is slowly trending up. But let's see what happens. Let's look at a couple things. We want to understand traffic. Traffic, again, was at 90%, and then I moved in people and it was at 89%, and then I moved in more people and that intersection broke down. We got it back up to 88. So I think that is like literally 1% off of basically where we started. We were on the cusp of 89, basically. So we went from 80, okay, now it's 87, now back up to 88. And we're watching this intersection slowly pile up down here. It's fine. The bottom line is that I think we're doing pretty good for no mods. The number of people, the limited effort we've done to bring any kind of mass transit over to this new area either is not helping. And we've got high ticket prices on. So there's a lot of things we could be doing to reduce traffic more. As long as it's not breaking down, still getting deliveries, things are still getting where it needs to go, that's fine by me. So, traffic. There you go, 89%. Okay, so we have a good gauge for where our traffic is. There's a couple of highway interchanges, and this is an industrial area over here, a little heavy. A little bit of that interchange, and this one's not great. This one's going to take some work. But you can see they're all moving pretty good. There's a little bit of traffic here and there. But they're flowing pretty well, you know? Okay, so that's our traffic. What else do we want to look at? We want to look at tourism. Where is tourism? Is that the person down here? Nope, that's service points. Tourism, okay. Tourists. What do we have? Weekly tourist visits, 4,102. Also, we got to consider like how bad the other thing that's going to be really bad is if you see where these are, they're all in this kind of central downtown area. So it is going to super tax this station, I believe. which is deceptively less busy when you look at it in normal mode versus when you look at it in transport views mode. There's a homunculus there that you can't see in this mode because they just disappear down there. Okay, so let's start small, and we'll only turn on basically what is north of the sunken highway and south of this train track and around Central Park right there. So basically kind of what you see on screen. Let's turn that on and see what that does to our 4,000 tourists and 89% traffic. I bet it's gonna make, let's do one more thing. Let's look at the metro lines and kind of see what's what here. So this is a route that goes to Central. That's not too backed up. Any of these ones that go from someplace to Central Station. Okay, there's not, so 660 train capacity thanks to the railroads of Japan. And we don't have more than a train's people waiting, basically. We can get everybody on the next train. So we're doing pretty good there. This is another Central one. Again, 660 capacity. Everybody's on the train. So that's a great system. Like, everybody gets on the next train. You never have to wait more than one. So we are handling capacity excellent right now, I would say. That's a bad one. Where is this? What is this one? Where's this stop? It's Central? Yeah, okay, so it's this one line that has 1,000 people waiting at it. And it is it has another line running into it as well. So every time a pink train is there, it's waiting for the other train to come in potentially. Okay, we got to take a look at that one. That one is, oh. Can we fix that right here? Is it because I didn't change the vehicle count? Okay, so that's gonna unfortunately empty the train tracks, but that will hopefully that will catch up. Okay, so we're pretty good. 89% traffic, 4,000 tourists. Our metro's getting people on the next train. Okay. So now that we know that, we'll go into our tool mode here and we'll turn on the Theater of Wonders. Now here's the thing, look at the budget for these. That's $1,900 a week. Ziggurat Garden, $1,100 a week. Grand Library, another 1,000. Posh Mall, another 768. These skyscrapers, 256. These are a little more reasonable, 512. I have 2 recycling plants there that we've actually got some garbage problems here, so I'm going to turn at least one of those on. What's this? $450 a week for the observation tower. The skyscrapers are at least are a little bit more reasonable. Downtown Hotel. Is this one of the hotels? Or is it just a unique? Oh, it's from the one of the Asia packs. Which one is that? Modern Japan. Make it into a park and charge people entering a subway system is not a bad idea. Fox, have I ever talked about where I get my subway designs from? Have I ever? Were you ever on a stream where I talked about how bad the Boston Metro is and how that is my frame of reference, and how unfortunate that is for the Sims and the effectiveness of my cities? Oh dang! Oh what? Oh my God, what the heck? What the heck? No, not cinematic camera, hide.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
What the actual hell? And the fireworks, I wonder if the fireworks caused it. What the heck? What the actual heck? Almost all of Central Park, not quite. It didn't get the disaster memorials haven't caught. No! No! All the people! No, my God, there's so many people in that station. Oh my God, this is horrible. This is horrible. We were just here seeing how many people are using the station. What the hell? This is one of the worst fires my cities have ever had, I kid you not. I need helicopters. Dude, look! There's an army of them headed this way, but they're doing one tree at a time. Look at the sky. You see all those flashing lights? Well, except for the two that are the airplane in the top right and the top left. But those are mostly helicopters. This is the San Enrico shelter all over again. What's the date? What's the date? In-game date. Let's call it 4/27. 4/27, 2288. The Great Fire of Riverrun. You could say you were here for it. And the frickin' fireworks! It's the fireworks that set them off! Do these things cost money? Hold on a second. Do these things cost money? Where is it? Policies? Fireworks show in the park every night. Fireworks are organized daily after sunset instead of every week. It apparently doesn't cost. Do I not have this cranked up? Okay. Park is up to $25 now. Because we need to pay for better fire coverage, apparently. Okay. Please stay. That's the new thing. That's a new thing we just put down. This is the other new thing we just put down. No, not the, no! 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 They have actual names on here? This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. The fireworks. The fireworks are sending me. Okay. Okay. Some people accuse me of faking these. Like, here's proof. I was showing you around the city. We were having a nice chat. And then Central Park burst into flames. And I guess I can't blame the fireworks because they didn't go off until I made it night, right? Like, but it's fun to think. And they're just still going off in the background. I have so many police, fire helicopters in the city. That's the only reason the station didn't collapse. This is a sad day. Sad day for Riverrun. I completely missed it in the moment, but here's some Elmos. Also, some of these. This is how I feel right now. Look at that. Power just came back onto the park. Everything's fine now. Everything's fine. Look at that. They saved the trees at the end. These made it. The train station and the entire Central Park made it, but they were like, I'll be damned if these trees at the end are gonna go. All the monuments and structures, though. The old folks' home almost got it. The kids' play center. The fire here, though, was terrifying. Imagine all the people, that place going up like that with all those people there, just crushing each other on the stairs. It'd be horrible. Thank God the simulation's not that real, huh? How's our budget doing? I've completely forgotten about our budget and the fact that we turned on all those buildings. We're certainly in the green right now. Let's throw in 3 times speed, hope that nothing big bursts into flames, and focus on the budget for a moment. We're at 379 million. That's a good sign. Okay, we're going into the red. This happens. This happens all the time. Are we trending more positive is the question. One thing we can kind of do is take a quick look to see, like, what's going on here. Now, these are good problems to have. The yellow ones are okay. That means that this building has goods and it just needs to be taken down chain. This one, on the other hand, you generally don't want to see. Not enough special goods, like we're waiting for a plastic delivery. However, that plastic is coming from next door and it is full, so it should, as soon as a truck basically pulls from here to here, it should correct that problem, and then this factory will get going again. And the problem that we're hoping to have is that every building has, if anything, not enough buyers for products. I've got stuff, just waiting for somebody to buy it. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. So I could warehouse it, but I've got enough of a production chain set up, right, where it's literally just a matter of passing it on down the next part. And the only stuff I warehouse is goods that are not made in this district. So anything that is made locally, I just have enough production and a little bit extra where these buildings are basically full, waiting to dump that stuff off. And then anything, in this case, like plastics, which comes from oil on the other side of the map, those have warehouses here that are set to fill. So they're like just constantly trying to fill it, but they will also fulfill deliveries. And you'll notice the way I have the traffic flow: comes in from the highway, delivers the plastics, leaves the road, goes right, and then the next building that you come into is where you're delivering those plastics locally in the zone. So there is a lot of thought that went into each of these industries. I think they all have the max, or not the max, but 20 of the, what do you call it? The barracks. So that will increase the efficiency by 100%. And then I have all of the extraction, delivery, and production at that same rate, because also all of these factories are set to 150% production rate. So you have to make sure, like if you're using the default math for supply, that you're increasing all those an equal amount, so you're not wasting it. Where I find general warehousing to be most useful is like in the downtown areas. So where I have very limited ability to travel from district to district, you can put the occasional medium warehouse around the map. Set it to fill is fine, and zoned industry goods, just general goods, and that will be that'll keep your commercial zones fixed. And then if you're doing this kind of production, like I said, that yellow, not enough buyers for products, that is a perfectly good problem to have, because the only thing we're worried about is the ultimate buyer is what this thing is cranking out at 150%. So the only problem it's reporting, since those warehouses are set to fill with the zone goods, it's not trying to take it from any of these other zones until that warehouse is full. That's one of the key tricks that I only learned this year in 2025. So if you don't have this warehouse over here, stores that want to sell goods are like, hey, I'll buy your like half-finished production chain goods and sell those. But then your factory doesn't have what it needs to complete that. So if you set these warehouses around your map, and again, you don't need many, but you're basically telling like, anytime you need zoned industry goods, you can get it from this warehouse. And I'm trying to fill the warehouse all the time. So it's just like constantly trying to fill, and it constantly has goods to go out to shops in the area. So I only found out how necessary this is to solve a ton of problems this year. But basically, like, it is an absolute requirement. If you have industries, you are going to create problems if you don't have a warehouse set to fill of zoned industry goods, generic goods. I've found a really good balance that seems to be working. And we're at 379 million. It looks like let's take a look at how this is doing. So what are we technically looking at? It's so spread out over time, right? Hopefully we want to see the treasury still going up. We want to see the city budget consistent. We see those like giant ups and downs there. We'd like it to just stay nice and even and consistent. But again, as long as it's trending up at the end of the day, that is what's key. Have I not been over 400 million? I thought I was over 400 million. This might be like the richest I've been in cities. But I think we've got so far to go. So yeah, it is a lot of up and down. When we look at the economy, this does pause it, unfortunately. But we can see like some of the things that really ebb and flow. So industries is not cheap because I do have to import some goods. If you're not playing with cheats on, at some point you drain non-renewable resources, right? Pay forestry and what's the other one? Farming. Those two are renewable, or you just need good land to do it on. But oil and ore will eventually run out, so I just purely import those goods. There's no extraction buildings in my chain. That's where some of the cost comes from, 111,000, but we're making 240,000 off of that. Education is another big one. So expenses are one of the largest, second largest after industries, I think. Quick look. So education, we're spending 63,000 on, but we're making 118,000. So we're almost doubling and more. So we're doubling in the case of education, and we're more than doubling in the case of industries. But when our industries, and a couple of them are a little bit backed up, that number will again ebb and flow. So sometimes we're making so much money that we're 100,000 plus into the green, and our numbers are overlapping into our city treasury numbers. But then other times we're losing 10, 20, 50,000 because again, the production chain is just like, it's either firing on all cylinders and we're making crazy money, or we're backed up and we're not, but we're making money more often. So it's wild how much it swings, but it's dependent on traffic getting all these goods around our map to more than double the money that we're spending on all of it. It just fluctuates like crazy. This is Riverrun so far. I am liking it. It is very successful on some levels. We introduced a whole bunch of tourists though. That was half the battle tonight. So let's take a look at what's happening over here. Tourism, 4,300. That's up 200 from where we were, turning on a bunch of buildings in our downtown for a lot of money. Ultimately, are we making money? Yeah, we are. We'll see how it continues to trend. It looks like it's doing well. But we turned on all these buildings. Like, look how busy this metro station is right now. Because there's a couple buildings right here. The Science Center. What is this? The Theater of Wonders, the Ziggurat Garden. Across the street, is this the Sea and Skyscraper? The Expo Center and the Aquarium and the Grand Library and the Posh Mall. and whatever the heck this guy is, services offices. We've got some skyscrapers. Is this bringing any people over here? So I've got to really rethink the skyline. There's a really cool story behind the New York City skyline. I'll see if I can find the video and post it in the Discord. But there's a really cool story about like how the city built up, and they needed like a new financial district, so they came up with new commercial district. So they ended up building a pocket and changing the zoning, which is why, you know, like in a originally planned city, it's like, oh, here's where the tall buildings go. Oh, we outgrew that. Okay, here's where the next set of tall buildings go. And it's why New York has kind of this like reserved skyline in a lot of spots, but there's like two very obvious commercial districts. It's kind of funny how the city grew that way. Why don't I use Twitch? I don't know. I've thought about it actually. I probably should. I should at least dual stream, if not go over there for lives. I do have a Twitch, but I haven't streamed on it in like a decade. I'm really kind of sad that I missed the boat on that early, because I remember working a job in tech support, and one of my buddies was like, dude, you got to check this out. Like, you would love this. And he was telling me about Justin TV, which was Twitch before it was Twitch. And like, he was on there playing fighting games and stuff. And like, I just missed the boat. I could have been in on it early. And I missed the boat, but I should consider it. Here. I don't know how many people are going to vote in the poll. Who has Twitch and regularly watches on Twitch? I guess that's a question. I'll raise my hand. Although to be fair, like I literally watch one creator on Twitch, and when they're not online, like I don't use the platform. And is it viable if I don't care about ad revenue? Like, I don't want to worry about partner or affiliation or any of that stuff. Like, I just want to do stuff when I do stuff. I don't care about their ads, but I also don't want people to have to sit through ads either. So, like, can I choose not to monetize my stream? I think, do I do pre-rolls on this technically? Because it is ad supported, but I never stop streams in the middle. So I think, like, you should only see an ad at the beginning of the stream. Is that the case? And if that is not the case, I will turn off ads. Because that is my only intent, is to run one ad when you first connect, and that's it. But even then, it's kind of a bad idea, right? Because I know I turn off Twitch streams that do that, so I don't know why I do that myself. I really don't need like the $10 that these streams generate. I'm okay. I should probably just turn that off. Used to Twitch, but I'm too busy. to even create. Yeah, it's tough sometimes. Also watching Twitch as you type this. Okay, dual retina action. New York City Skylines basically mirroring distribution of Stale Rock and Manhattan Island. Well, that does, yeah. That does have something to do with it as well, right? Where you can put that weight. But the fact that there's two distinct pop-ups is pretty funny, just from the timing of the creation of the neighborhoods. So yeah, I should consider at least co-streaming or dual streaming on Twitch. I wish, like, I've just been holding out hope forever, like that there were just better chat tools and support coming to YouTube, but that's not the case. To be fair though, like, it's not really an issue for a creator my size. Like, even when I've got, 50 to 100 people here for a city stream, like, like sometimes when a big release happens, there'll be a lot of people on still to this day, and it doesn't get crazy, or city's a little different. I don't know what happened when I branch out and start playing a bunch of Battlefield. Yeah, better chat tools for sure. I mean, even then, like, people use third-party stuff like Chatterino. But it's light years ahead in terms of that. But it's particularly important, I think, for larger communities. Like, the way that the chat scrolls is super annoying in YouTube versus, like, if you can read fast, you can read Twitch chat at least. It just doesn't scroll right. But again, it's not a problem that I run into that much, because the chat. I mean, one, I ignore chat all the time. I'm an idiot, but also it doesn't move fast enough that I can't at least stop and catch up with it. So yeah, I should definitely, but I'll definitely consider checking out Twitch stream. I wonder. I think part of the reason that I do it over here, and it's honestly probably worse for my channel. I realize that, but like I don't know. I built up an audience doing what I do, and if people want to see the stream, like it's here. You know, like I've got an audience here. I never developed that over on the Twitch side, but it's also like it's not what most people are on YouTube for. I do check out a couple of lives. I think all gaming related, but you know, for the most part, like, I mean, again, I'm not on Twitch except for one creator for the most part, so it just depends. Okay, do we leave the uniques on? What's up with the budget? 379, 450. Like it seems to be staying in the green. We didn't have much of a tourist impact. Like I don't think the numbers are linear. If we look at transport again and metro, like how bad are our stations now? Like I would expect airport to central to be really busy. I would expect a lot of the people be coming in there. I wonder how our bus routes are doing. Oh God, do we even want to know? There's a couple hundred passengers on some of these. Ugh. Oof, sorry everybody. Those buses are just stuffed. Imagine, what are we? It's September. Okay, we just got through like peak August, humidity and just buses after bus after bus stuffed with 30 people max capacity. It's got to smell in there. I know they're Sims and they're only digital, but I still think there's going to be an odor. I don't think it's avoidable. Okay, so our buses are happening. Our buses are lining up here. They're actually kind of a little bit stupid when there's so many. I might just have the stations back up and say forget about it. What does the actual bus station look like at this point? See, if I'm not over here, when I come over here, it's fine. Like the buses are like, yeah, we're simulating in the background. Stay over here for 10 seconds though, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, hey guys. It's like the Truman Show. Like everybody start acting. Okay, back up. Get all, yeah. Set a fire in the background now that he's not looking. Right? Is something on fire now? Okay. Not yet, but the buses are backing up for sure. I could probably plan this out a little bit better in here, but it's just like we went to put it down and it fit perfectly. How could I not just drop it in and not think about it? Okay. It's 11:15. I started early tonight. I'm going to end technically early, I guess. Even though it's not. What has it been? How long has it been? It's already been 4 hours. That's a good stream. That's a good little hangout. I hope you had fun today. We had some rants, some raves, some goofs and gaffs. We talked about Cities 1, Cities 2, Battlefield 6 next week. If you're into shooters, I will be playing that quite a bit. I'm going to wrap up my Edge of Map Fog dissertation. Very interesting, entertaining. The Vegemite fields. Beware of the ground, it's contaminated and tainted. Good night, Adia. I hope you had a good stream. Hope you enjoyed, whether it was background noise or whatever it might have been tonight. I hope everybody has a fantastic Saturday, a great Sunday, a great week. I will be around. I'll be streaming. I'll try and finish up Walking Dead next week. We were going to go this week, and I was so burnt. Got you through another editing session. See y'all indeed. See you on the next one. Yeah, like, subscribe if you are new, and I'll catch you on the next one. What a horrible, horrible fire we had. Adia, I'm going to mark that date in the Discord. The Great Fire of Riverrun. I think I grabbed a clip and a screenshot from it too. The train station, the subway really went up. Like, I know the game doesn't count numbers, but if thousands of people were in that train station, that would have been bad. Would have been very bad. Okay, I'm posting that date in the Discord. If you want to hang out with us and talk cities and games and an AI art channel that hasn't been touched in 2 years, tinyurl.com/movethemouse. I will see you in the next one. Until then, again, hope you have a great weekend. See you sometime next week. Not Sundays, though. Day off. Take it easy. Enjoy. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.